what the tourism ministry is doing, especially as we cruise into December, which has become the world's tourism hub every Christmas. Now, I don't know if there is any other place that people would rather celebrate Christmas, if not in Ghana. So thank you so much for making time to join us this morning and for making Ghana the #1 destination for tourism in Africa. So before I yield the podium to the Honorable Minister, permit me to acknowledge some dignitaries who have joined us this morning. I would like to acknowledge directors from the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. If you are here, we acknowledge you. We also have with us the Executive Director, National Commission on Culture, Ms. Janet Edna Nyame, with us this morning. We have the Director, Bureau of Ghana Languages, Mr. William Boateng, with us. Okay. Also with us is the Deputy CEO of the Ghana Tourism Authority, GTA, Mr. Eko Samson. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also joined by the Board Secretary of Ghana Tourism Authority, Mrs. Stella Osei. Also with us is the Director, Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park, Alhaji Osman Abubakar. Also with us this morning, we have the CEO of Ghana Tourism Authority, Mr. Akwesi Ajiman. We also have the Executive Director, Ghana Museum and Monument Board, Mr. Kinsley Ofosun-Yamwa, with us. I also like to acknowledge the presence of the Acting Director, the Dubois Center, Reverend Ruben Kwajofio. Also with us is the Executive Director of National Theatre, Ami Apia Frimpong. If you are here, we acknowledge you, Madam. With us this morning is the Board Chairman of Ghana Tourism Development Company, Lawyer Kwame Champong. If you are here, we acknowledge you. With us also is the Executive Director, National Folklore Board, Ms. Bernice Dey Kuma. We are also joined by the Chief Director of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, Mr. John Yao Agbeko. Also with us is the Project Coordinator, Ghana Tourism Development Project, Nana Safo Kantanka. We also have the Director, Beyond the Return Secretariat, Ms. Annabelle Mackenzie. If you are here, we acknowledge you. And we have the Deputy Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture, Honorable Marco Krekumante, with us this morning. And as I mentioned earlier, we have the Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture, Honorable Dr. Ibrahim Mohamed Awal, with us this morning. So, Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, I will now yield the podium to the Minister for his presentation, and then we will come back to you for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. My Deputy Minister, Mark, Chief Director, Chair, Ghana Tourism Development Company, my heads of agencies, directors at the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, Project Coordinator, Ghana Tourism Development Project, friends from the dismissed, ladies and gentlemen, staff of the Ministry of Information. Let me thank you, Honorable Minister of Information, for this opportunity. And also want to thank you, friends from the media, for having time to come to listen to us to render our stewardship Ghanaians through you. We appreciate your presence. Thank you so much. As said, I'm going to do it with 20 minutes max. And then I'm sure my colleagues help me with our perspectives on that. So, ladies and gentlemen, the tourism, arts and culture sector is now in terms of contribution to Ghana's GDP. After cocoa and gold, we are number 3. By 2025, we want to be number 1. And we are going to be number 1 by the grace of God 2024-25, tourism as a cultural sector will be the number contributor to GDP. Why do you say so? We are targeting 1 million visitors this year. Each visitor spends an average of $2,400. Before the COVID, they were spending $2,600, $2,800 per visitor. They spend between 1 week and 10 days. We hope it, and we are working towards that 2024-2025 should have 1.4 million visitors, and to grow exponentially from there on. So if you have 1.5 million people visiting, they spend 12 days to 2 weeks, and they spend about $1,500 per person. Already hitting 3-point-something billion. That's the international arrivals. Domestic tourism want to get 1 million people this year. When people go around the country, there are many benefits to it. They learn a people's culture. We also reduce income. People go from Accra to region, they spend money. And we create a sense of national unity and cohesion. So this year, we think tourism, arts and culture, by 2025, should be generating not less than $3.5 to $4 billion, and that will be the number one contributor to Ghana's GDP. We would do it with your support, and the evidence is clear. The World Economic Forum report on travel and hospitality 2021 has ranked Ghana as the best destination for tourism. We've never achieved this feat until this year. So that in West Africa, Ghana is the most favorite place to visit for leisure and opportunity. We're hoping that our plan projects to do that in 2026, 4 years before we've achieved it. What means that the whole world eyes will be in Ghana. That means a lot of tourists come, they spend money at hotels, they go around and do leisure entertainments, they buy craft, they buy everything. That brings some money into the economy, foreign exchange to Ghana. So we are now ranked number 1 as the most preferred tourism destination in West Africa. We are number 3 behind Ghana and Gambia. Now number 1 in West Africa. And number 11 in Africa. Our projection is 2025-2026. We should be getting to number 3 in Africa. In West Africa now we are number 1. That's a plus for us. With information, I want initiatives that we've done in the last 1.5 years since I've been the minister. And I'm very, very supportive and very capable directors and ministers and directors in the ministry. They've helped a lot. I don't glory it. It's not mine. It's a collective good of the ministry. So, initiative 1 is capacity building. In this area of tourism, arts and culture, people want to be appreciated. So I bring the capacity and knowledge for our participants. All players at the tourism, arts and culture value chain. I bring the capacity, give them knowledge, not technical knowledge. Also, best for them to be able to, if you want to be able to appreciate somebody, thank him or her for coming to the hotel or to patronize item, your goods and your services to come back. We are getting 20,000 people along the tourism arts and culture value chain. We've done 20,000 training. That's to build our capacity and deliver quality service to clients who come to Ghana. For culture, for art, and for tourism. A satisfied customer would not only come back, will bring a lot of people next time. That customer will spend more time spending money in your country. And that means that they're creating jobs to your people. So, capacity of people in tourism, arts, and culture value chain is a serious component of our work. We are getting 20,000 in the next 3 years. We've done with 3,000. Hopefully, by 2025, we'll have done with 20,000. Build our capacity and deliver quality service to clients and travelers along the value chain of tourism, arts, and culture system. Domestic tourism drive. Because the year target to achieve 1 million people within and travel around the country. These are tourist sites, our state sites, our leisure sites. As of September 2022, got 54711 people going around the country. From Axim, Paga, from Ichi to Wa, from Ho to Accra to and to Bono. Given that the last part of the year is the most busy part of tourism and culture, we hope to achieve the target. The gives us 15% of our target. December is a very demand for tourism. So domestic tourism, we of course achieved that. But compared to 2021, achieved 60% growth. January to September this year against 2021, the growth in domestic tourism is 60%. But for our target, we 70%, and we hope that by December we'll get to that 1 million mark. In terms of international travel, international tourism, we was targeting 1 million people by December 2020. As of September 2022, we were 645 and 47 international arrivals during September. Compared to the achievement, we achieved 50% of international arrivals. So domestic tourism, we got 60% achievement over last year, and then 50% international arrivals over last year. We are not there as the million, but the last quarter, like I said, is the time for everything. Is the peak of those domestic tourism. Because Ghanaians love Christmas, we love activities, and foreigners will come and do things. And to achieve all those things, there are a number of initiatives to make us achieve that. But before that, we're hoping that with both domestic and international tourism, we should create about 150,000 jobs by close to this. Because like I said, when tourists come, whether for art courses, for culture, or for leisure, they go to chop bars, they go to restaurants, they go to cinemas, they go to festivals, they eat, they drink, they make contacts. All places they are spending money, and the economy, the rural economy, where they spend money, and we have to reduce income. They move from Accra to rural, that's where they spend money, and that engenders in the rural settings, by creating jobs and opportunity for rural folk. So that's all. This is about in GH. As Deputy Minister for Information, this is our pick in terms of tourism and culture. The GTA has approved 50 events for December and GH alone. We launched December and GH. I'm going to launch it about 3 months ago. And around the world, the hotels fully booked. All hotels, the major ones fully booked for December and GH. So the Airbnb and co-house, we are calling out our people instead to go into the right areas in the village, to stay with the people. As a plan, and when that way, we take $50. I'm not for $50 for every day. $50, and eating well for them. So 50 events have been endorsed by the Ghana authorities. For example, some activities include Afro Chair, Afro Nation, Kwaba UK, Rhythms on the Cape and Tourism, which I was a way and a taste of Ghana. All this will be done in December. Artists will be taken good care of. There will be a lot of performance for the artists and track this. Then we have product development and component. To achieve our competitiveness, Ghana has really competitive advantage in West Africa. Are very peaceful. The global peace has rated Grand Ghana as one peace. We're the best place for doing business. We are hosting the African Free Trade Area. That means we are sent for meetings, activities, conferences, and events. After Secretariat has given Ghana opportunity to be a market center. So for us to achieve 1.5 million visitors and 2 million visitors over the next 5 years, we are dropping. Like I said, when visitors come and they don't only stay longer than money, they come back with family friends. So to that, we are dropping up tourist sites. Remember the World Bank, we're spending $350 this year and next year to make them track and retain people. 350 million cities that this year, next year, improve forest actions across the country. These are some of the things that the money will go into. Kori Heritage Slave Camp Upper East region. It's an area that developing. There is one town that we're going to develop our documents to an attractive tourist site. People go there, the rare is they live with the people, they shop, they enjoy, and they spend money. And they give us some very Kente Museum. Kente is one of the biggest things that Ghana has of our attractions for club. So she's been the brave woman in Ghana, very powerful, the colonial history. Been done, and then it for years. All this will complete in the first quarter of next year. Then our National Museum, that Excellency President opened a couple of months back. 7 years the museum was closed for lack of maintenance. When we came back with the present directive and support, we rehabilitated it and opened it on the 10th of June. Kinsley, 10th June, eh? Good. 10th June, rehabilitated open. And in the last 4 months that the museum was rehabilitated and open, we've got nearly 30,000, 29,293 visitors. The 4 months visitation, raking nearly 300,000 Ghana cedis. 15, before the place was shut down in 2016, the highest visitation was 12,000 the whole year, bringing us only about 27,000 the whole year. But in 4 months of the present house of rehabilitation opening, we've got nearly 30,000 visitors, bringing nearly 300,000 Ghana cedis. So there's an opportunity and resources in Ghana. We need to leverage them. And the good thing about it is that there are young people who are visiting the museum more than any other person. It's not just foreigners. Ghanaians want to learn their heritage, their history. If you don't know your history, how do you know your future? Students, young people are patronizing it. The data is there. So we opened the museum. For 1 year, 2015, only 12,000 people visited, and about 27,000. And 4 months into opening, we've gotten nearly 10,000 people visiting, with nearly 300,000 Ghana cedis accrued to the place. We are not only expanding our cultural heritage, but building resources. And let me assure you that as long as we have the opportunity and is in power, the museum will never be shut down again. It will happen. We would ensure the museum will never be closed down. We have a business model that will make sure the museum is going. The CEO is here, Mr. Kinsley, very effective, very business-like. Like most of my CEOs, most of the directors, museum would forever be open and go. We can go there now. We close it down. We are fixing it. By March, Independence time, inshallah, Kwame Nkrumah will be open to the public. It's not only being rehabilitated, it's modernized and expanded to give the image and name to Kwame Nkrumah that he deserves. By March, it will be done. Over 30 million is being spent on it. It will be a real Pan-African park museum for Kwame Nkrumah. What does it do? As before the closure, we're getting about 89,000 visitors to Kwame Nkrumah. By the time we're going to open it, we're going to have 400,000 visitors per annum. 400,000. What does it mean again? Resources coming in, jobs being created. Government getting resources, more Ghanaians being employed to manage Kwame Nkrumah. It will never go the way it went again. Cape Coast Castle, Elmina, Shai, Morley Park, Kakum, they're all going to be rehabilitated between this and next year and make them attractive to tourists, both Ghanaians and foreigners. We're not only targeting international arrivals, we're targeting domestic arrivals. It's very important for us. And then we are going to build 5 amphitheaters, domes. One area that we lack in this country is that we don't have multi-purpose venue for activities. We're going to do 5 this year. In fact, I think the process has already begun to procure supplies. This year, next year, we'll have done 5 amphitheaters. And then we'll do another 5 next year. So by 2024, we'll have done all the system regions will have been covered to get the venue for our artists to perform and for events to take place. Again, what I would do, we are creating jobs, creating opportunity for Ghanaians. To make international arrivals even more competitive, Mr. President Akufo-Addo launched Destination Ghana UK. We did that in April. What that meant was that the President wanted to tell the whole world that after the COVID-19 devastation, Ghana was ready for business and for tourism. Well, April, 2 years, we all knew that nothing happened in terms of travels and hospitality. So the President launched Destination Ghana in London to remind the world that Kuwait is going down, restrictions have been done, Ghana is open and ready, so please come back. And for us, we see tourism not just for leisure, as an opportunity for trade and investment. When people come to have leisure and they stay, they have opportunities for trade. They come back to invest. So tourism is not just for leisure, it's an opportunity for investment and trade. So the President launched that in the UK, and we also launched the same Destination Ghana in US, and my colleagues launched Destination Ghana in South Africa, reminding the world that Ghana is now open after COVID-19. COVID-19 pandemic made tourism to go down by about 72%, both in terms of revenue and in terms of people. That cripples most economies. So after COVID-19, we want to tell the world that we are ready and open, so come and enjoy yourself. We have a lot of advantages as a country. Ghana is at the center of the world. No other country is at the center of the world. Ghana is a very peaceful nation. Ghana is seen as an investment destination. And we have 65% of all the forts and castles that were used during the slave trade located in Ghana. That means heritage tourism. African diaspora want to have linkages. They always want to go to places where they think they have some historical ties. That's why Ghana is an advantage. 65% of forts and castles during slavery is located in the country. Leverage it, market it, and that will give you advantage for it. We are also reviewing our cultural policy. Ghana's cultural policy is outdated. There's a team of experts from all sectors, academia, industry, everywhere, chiefs, looking at our cultural policy. And by January, the review process will have been ended. We are doing stakeholder consultation now. We're sending to cabinet for approval and for Parliament to ratify it. Cultural policy will put Ghana on the map. But culture is very important for us. Culture is everything. It doesn't only link you to the past and present, it gives a direction to the future. So we think that we are reviewing the cultural policy to make it modern, realistic, and then usable for people. So by January, hopefully the cultural policy will have been done, go for cabinet approval and parliamentary ratification, done. Also developing a tourism policy. The policy tourism has is not just policy, it's a bits and pieces of everything put together. We want to make it a comprehensive, integrated, sustainable policy that will guide us to make our tourism competitive. So we are doing all this to ensure that the tourism, arts, and culture sector, is a greenfield, becomes #1 contributor. We should be making $4 billion beyond 2024 per annum and creating at least 150,000 jobs every year. That's how to go. It's an area that government is committed and putting all this money. That's why World Bank is supporting Ghana government, spending 350 million Ghana cedis over the next 2 years to revamp, modernize our culture, tourism, and artistic sites. Not to let people come, but to have people come in and spending money, creating jobs for our people. The President Akufo-Addo, very much committed to the sector, not the the sector. So he wants you and I, let's market our culture, let's market our artistic values, let's market our tourism sites, and make Ghana the most preferred destination in Africa. We want to build a Ghana brand, and that brand is what? Peaceful, resourceful, stable, attractive nation. Everybody should come in, enjoy, and create jobs for our people. I'm grateful for the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Honorable Minister, thank you so much for the brief but very, very insightful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are watching us, we are live on GTV, we are also live on ETV. If you're on Facebook, we are streaming at Ministry of Information. We are also streaming at Happy FM Online and also at ETV. I believe the minister's presentation was so good that there is no need to even give a summary before I invite questions. But because of the quality of message, I think it is important that I give a summary in another local language so that viewers at home will have the benefit of all the good news that the Honorable Minister has presented to us. Mr. Emo, Ene Anapei and Sempankwana, Minister for Tourism, Honorable Dr. Ibrahim Mohammed Awal, or Diabre, or says Ghana has said, we Sikakoko, any cocoa free honoma, a sector, a disca do na ni the Bregana mine tourism sector. Na sa sector non so say sector bia ahoho any adishia omo pese omo kwa ahomegye obi pensra hwe obi pese obeje nani obi fra mo na neba opese obeye bibia ogana opese obedi dwa omo na omutimi etu anamo eye nhyehyeye a eboa ema sa niema ni nyina akoso wano na edi enti na nde wabahase a obebo daru da uboni nyina pese o kire ye niema papa ekoso o sector num na osre ye nyina se ye nko omomoa na ye mboa ministry no no mombo daru because utie ne minister na kan ya or say direct and indirect jobs enam anamopo matu ye de abrega na nurse adishie poly base 150,000 and no more benefited from the sector. Fi say ahoho bedru krom ha say ya ebia nipa na bepe baby obeje na home obeko hotel na Airbnb sikani bi beko adishie botom obi nso so ho obeto aduane obefa car obefa trotro obefa uber ni nyina ye sikani bia na titru kra ne adwadifonya obi ohonoma a wabedru no afi na okope akuaba bi ayasene obeto ahwene obeto kente obeto ntoma obeto aduane obeto to niema bebre ama dwadie nso so Ghana ha ama ne homene so enti enhyehyeye o ma nyina ene mpuntu omode aba site bebre ebi a minister bobo so say okọ Pikoro Heritage and Slave Camp project a omo ye adwuma ho sa nso na okọ bonwire nso so a obo nso omo esi ho sa nso na se okọ ejeso a ya Santoa Museum eno nso so omo ye adwuma ho na National Museum eno nso so omusiesie ya beye mfie nso na enye adwuma bia mfaso mrega na man no minister chemu so omu bi ebosome nan ni ye mfaso bebre na Ghana man na die free so na afi nso so o kire se omo ye nhyehyeye nsiesie ekoso ye Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park renovation ekoso honom no sika poly base 30 million Ghana cedis na aban etimi dia hyem se be ya endru March 2023 no na ho aye kama Andrew Independence na obi akohon mo no so ni beje say okowiase afa na baby efre ho say ho ye Memorial Park for your first president na che say ho nso so bedi mu enti minister nso so ade titru obo so ne say eye amphitheaters nso so hu hia Ghana ha pa enti omu sisibi ye sha say afiwe emunum na omudi gu kwan mu say be ya artist nso so ombenya baby akwa di omujuma na abamfaso abre na o se Ghana de se wo bo ame aton Ghana ye onema papa bebre ohonoma obetimi aka me agina so de aton Ghana ebi ne sen nka wiase enipa Ghana ye no fruma ye wo wiase mfimfin pe na wo ye no nso so free honoma Ghana ha se asumdwe wa ha se na wo hwe eye slave castles ne niema na tete omode na nanom konko asom bebi a na omo eboaboa slaves ano a dodo na nso so Ghana ha se a wo hwe West Africa ha wo se about 65% de bi wa ha na se wo niema papa bebre a wo ye Ghana de hye a obetimi aton bi amatema mufo ne ahoho no maboa ama omo mpeso omo bansra hwe no so mani age Ghana ho no mabasa babio. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we invite your questions. If you have any question, this is the best time to ask. If we see your hand, we'll bring the microphone to you and you mention your name, media house, and proceed to ask your question. Okay, so we'll take 5 questions for the first set. So let's start from the back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we'll come to you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. My name is Fred from ABC News. My question has to do with the plans the ministry has for coming December. Minister, in December 2021, inflation rate was 12.5. As at this year, that's September this year, is around 37%. Now, here's the case that the cost of living, as an affordability, is one of the main keys people consider in choosing a tourism destination. Here's the case that cost of living in the country is rising, but the minister made mention of the projections you've made for December. Did they put into consideration this, and how are they going to mitigate that? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable. My name is Julius from the Finder newspaper. Please, I want to find out how much was spent on the National Museum rehabilitation, and how soon do we aim at recovering that cost? Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much. My name is Clefa Wright for the Ghanaian Times. Minister, I would want to find out the status of the Marine Drive project. Is it still a project on the table, or it has been discarded? Secondly, I would want to congratulate you for the rehabilitation of the National Museum. But then I would want to find out what are we doing with the Science Museum, because it continues to be a dent on our image. So I would want to find out what is the status of that particular project. And then the last one, with the amphitheaters, where exactly are they going to be located, and when do we see actual construction begin? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the question.
Yeah, my name is John Awuni. I represent Kesbin Media. My question is from Foundation of Creative Arts Professionals, FOCAP. They are asking that it seems the Creative Arts Agency is not quite working to their expectation. The reason they are giving is that when the act was passed in 2020, that's Act 1048, the Creative Arts Agency Act 2020, Act 1048, the act mandates that the president appoints a substantive executive secretary to man that. But at the moment, Madam Jankroma Akufo-Addo is in the acting capacity as compared to that of the NFA, that's National Film Authority. The Act 935 has made the president to appoint Juliet Asante as the executive secretary, and then David Donto as the board chair. And at the moment, they don't seem to see that agency working very well. So if minister can say something on that. And secondly, when the minister did a presentation, I didn't see anything about Abreu Gardens. What is happening to Abreu Gardens, that botanical gardens? And then thirdly, still on the NFA, the same agency that the Focal Foundation of Creative Arts Professionals, they are saying that there are issues over there because Madam Juliet Asante seems to be doing the appointment by herself without consulting the board chair, and it even brought a petition to the ministry, and the minister instructed them to go back and then work. So what is happening there? And finally, in the
John,
COVID,
please,
some
your
15
colleagues
minutes.
also want to ask questions. So please, let us be brief and limit the questions to maximum 2. There was another hand here. So we'll take the two of them together and then invite Minister for his responses.
Okay, thank you. My name is Patrick Ofoinuji. I report for Ghana News Agency. My first question is that there have been incessant calls for the creation or for the establishment of a national arts gallery. And the argument is that we are not only losing out on the creative works, the intellectual works of people, but we are also losing out on the revenue that must be generated. And so we want to know what is the ministry doing with regards to that. Then my second question is that the Chalwati Festival, recently we had the Chalwati Festival and it was massive. But speaking with the organizers, one of the things I gathered was that there was this struggle between the organizers and then the AMA with regards to giving rights and space to people who would come and vendors, people who would come and sell their products there. I know they said they have reported to the ministry, and the ministry has taken that up. I want to know what has become of that confusion, and then what is the ministry doing? Even though the next Chalwati Festival is far from us, but what plans is the ministry having to make sure the next one is rid of, or it's not having, or we don't experience such things? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. We'll take the last one from the back.
My name is Richard Brightado from TV3. Honorable, mine is on sanitation. What do you have to say about the current state of sanitation in Ghana? And also, to what extent are you involved in the Operation Clean Your Frontage? I say this because just behind the Accra Regional Hospital, there's a dump site. It's just right opposite GH1. So just to let you know.
Richard, sorry to cut you, but you know we have a ministry responsible for sanitation. Usually when they come for the briefings and you ask questions, because they have oversight responsibility, they are able to, address specific questions and also provide solutions in the instance. But especially when you ask a minister who does not have oversight responsibility at that ministry and who does not have any prior knowledge as to this question, it will be difficult to answer specific questions for other ministries. Unless it is in relation to tourism, I don't know if he will be in any position to answer that question. So, Nana, we'll come back to you. Okay. Minister.
Sorry. Thank you, Minister. The water. Sorry. Thank you for your questions. The tourism, arts, and cultural sector actually employs 680,000 people, the Ghanaian economy. And 2 out of every 10 jobs, according to World Bank, is created by this sector. 2 out of every 10 jobs is created by tourism and culture. But as of now, 680,000 people are employed by this sector. That makes it a very veritable sector to spur economic growth and development. December and GH, you said when people come, cost of living. Ghana, the government President Akufo-Addo is taking measures to improve the cost of living. The government is not just throwing the hands in despair. We are engaging IMF, but we also have our own homegrown initiatives that we are employing to make sure that we turn around the economy. We would turn around the economy in due course. What we need is Ghanaian support and patience. Believe us, we would do it. It's not easy. It's been occasioned by many factors, including the war in Ukraine, COVID-19. We had, as the President said, to protect lives. We made sure that nobody died needlessly out of COVID-19. But trust us, we'll fix this economy and get Ghana going. But when people are coming to Ghana, they're not going to benefit. That's why they'll come. If you're spending $1 getting 7 cedis, you're going to get now about 10 cedis or 11 cedis. So they'll come. And they'll bring the dollars to this country. So those coming, they don't have an issue. If I was going to spend $100 to give me 6,000 cedis, 660 cedis, now if I spend $1,000, I'm getting about 10,000 Ghana cedis. Before then, it was just 6,000 Ghana cedis. So it's new to their benefit. They'll come more. In fact, more people are going to come. Yeah, it's there. But we are working to fix the economy. We'll do it. We're not running away. The President is very committed to fixing this economy and making things come and Ghana working again. We'll do it. We need the support of Ghanaians. We'll do it. Museum, we spent 1.5 million cedis to fix the National Museum. And I'm saying that in 4 months, we've accrued about 300,000. So within a year, it will be sorted. And we can expand and do more. Marine Drive is not under my ministry. Before I got there, it's under the presidency. It's not under the Ministry of Tourism Arts and Culture. 2019, it was moved there. I only went there last year. So Marine Drive issues are the presidency. And the Science Museum just engaged a lot of architects to give us new drawings, want to modernize it and make it better. We have a lot of space there. We want to modernize and make the science museum better. We think science and technology is the way forward for us. So we're not abandoning that museum. We'll fix it, modernize it, and make it functional to support science and technology drive of the president's agenda. We'll do it. Process to appoint staff of Creative Arts Agency. It takes a while, but we've gotten the technical clearance, we're waiting financial clearance from Minister of Finance, and that's almost done. So give them legal status. We have not abandoned Creative Arts Agency. They're working on it. Iburi Gardens, my colleague, GTA CEO would answer Iburi Gardens. The art gallery is also something that the museum's board is working on. We're trying to do, once from the science, we want to do that. We don't want to preserve everything about Ghana. Like I said, if you don't know your history, you cannot know the future. So everything Ghanaian, everything museums, everything artistic, everything culture, we'll preserve it. Sanitation. Thank you, Minister. But we are working together with all other MMDAs in the sanitation sector to improve it. We've taken note of your concern, but the Minister of Sanitation is doing very much under the constraints to fix it. We work together and make sure that we improve sanitation. What sanitation impacts on tourism, and work on it. Kwesi, come on, you want the rest. Minister, with your permission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. On Iburi Gardens, actually work is currently ongoing. We signed an MOU with the Department of Parks and Gardens, which is the agency in charge of Iburi Gardens. But we signed an MOU with them, and work is currently ongoing. There are 4 areas that we are looking at. 1 is to have an events grounds. 2, build and expand the washroom facilities there so that visitors who go there will have a very good experience. And then also build a car park, which is almost complete. And then also the entry gates, both from the Iburi Township and also on the road going to Mampong. Those are the works that are ongoing as part of the first phase. Per the MOU that we signed with the gardens, there are other facilities that have to be put up there. We're looking at the accommodation facility to bring in some strategic partners to the table. So it is work in progress. Chalewote, yes, the minister has asked us to engage with the organizers. So I don't know the last time we spoke to the organizer, but last week we had a meeting leading to the Chalewote Festival itself. The ministry supported the festival. We worked with AMA, had several stakeholder engagements between AMA, ourselves, and the organizers. One of the issues that keep coming up is the issue of vendors. You have food vendors coming there, and also the issue of sanitation on who cleans up the place after the festival. So AMA is an interested party. We are an interested party under the auspices of the ministry and the organizer. But at least we've had a very good conversation, and last week we did meet, and I know that by the next Chalewote Festival, things will be different. December in GH, just to add to what my minister said, the people coming in are also bringing foreign exchange, but we've also made a deliberate plan to spread out the events across the country so that it's not just in Accra. So hopefully you will see more events in other parts of Ghana happening this year. The 50 endorsed events, we plan to have it outdoored on the 1st of November, but we are still receiving applications for people who want their events endorsed, and I can say that by the time we are done, we're hoping to have almost about 80 or so events spread out across the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the responses. We'll take the last set of questions But before then, if you just joined us, we are live on GTV, ETV, and we are also streaming on Facebook at Ministry of Information, ETV, and Happy FM Online. Nana Poku, please.
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning, Honorable Minister. In this country called Ghana, we used to have some national recording studios. For instance, I remember of Ambassador Records in Kumasi and GFIC here in Accra. That enabled up-and-coming artists record their listening. In fact, Nana Padu of blessed memory, that is first recording at GFIC. Today, I wonder if you have that national studio that will encourage young and up-and-coming artists to come out, because it is so difficult to come out from the private studios. If you are not lucky, you can be in the doldrums for 10 years, you can't come out. So what is the minister doing to come out with a national studio that will enable the young ones to come out their music? My second question, Honorable Minister, we used to have an organization called ECRAG. Their duty was, as it were, to review music on the airwaves, such that when you sang a song and there was some kind of profanity and obscenity, those things were taken out. But today, all kinds of words are being used in our music. I don't know why the authorities have sat down to watch and they don't do anything about it. We are Ghanaians, in fact, for God's sake. And so we cannot allow anything, anywhere, anytime to come on our airwaves. So what are they doing, as it were, to check some of these excesses in the musical scene? And then I also have a problem. Today, I don't know whether high life music, which has been the identity of the Ghanaian, where its future is, because we don't know whether we are in the Western world or we are in Ghana. The high life, which is really very authentic high life music, that identified us as people, as Ghanaians, is no more. It's been adulterated. So what are we doing? In fact, this question, I wanted to go to the Deputy Minister because it's in the arts and culture to answer that question.
Thank you, Nana. I saw one hand at the back. Okay.
Honorable Basho, good morning.
Basho, good morning.
The family Opokumi for Kingdom FM. Basho, my question is, you last year, Nanke was a National Festival of Arts and Culture, Ebaso last year, but due to COVID-19, you last year, to find out from the minister through the National Commission on Culture, say, should we expect this year, who say tourism act in the Bekoso, da Benny and Shane, and as Masusua or my own is
okay, so we'll take the two hands. I was looking for someone who hasn't asked question, but I'm not seeing any new hands, so we'll take the two of them.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy with the, what's the name, the Kente village. But just last week, a chief was calling for it to be patented, and I don't know if minister has considered patenting Kente, because once we are creating the village, then we must get the full benefits of that particular act. So I want to find out if that call will be heeded.
Okay.
Okay.
So we'll take John and
mine has to do with the during the COVID, at the peak of the COVID. I think the World Bank supported $50 million for the creative art industry, and the disbursement has already been done. So I just wanted to know how the criteria that was used to disburse the funds and whether it's being put into good use. And then finally, on the issue of the NFA, that's the National Film Authority, Minister did not talk about it as to why the Executive Secretary is doing the appointment without any consultation with the board chair, David Donto, which created a lot of issues over there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. We'll take the last question.
Thank you. Some industry players, specifically those in the hospitality industry, they are calling for an amendment of the Tourism Act at 817. Their argument is that the disbursement of the tourism fund, it's left solely within the power or the remit of the Ghana Tourism Authority. They think that they are the people the fund affects, and for that matter, anytime there should be disbursement, they should be part of it. So they are calling for an amendment to include private sector so that they can also make an input. And then secondly, with the Marine Drive project, the people, the artists, the artisans, those who make the container and all that, they, my understanding is that they've been moved, some have been moved to, they are supposed to move to Kaukudi. Structures are being put out there. I know it's not within the this thing, but I just want to link it to, the argument is that the structures there are not disability friendly. So I want to ask if the ministry can help take that up for them to see. They said they made complaints severally on that, but they still haven't heard anything in that regard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll take the last question.
Thank you, Honorable. My name is Joshua Smith. I represent Think News Online. So about the museums, I just want to find out from the minister, since we have one here in Accra, are there plans to have museums in the various regions so that I could be able to tell the story of Ghana?
Okay, thank you. So we'll go for minister's responses and also his final remarks.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you for your questions. The museums, we don't have only Accra. The Accra one is called National Museum because Accra is the capital. We have museums in various castles. And we plan to have museums in most of the key provinces across the country. It's something we're going to do this year and next year. Like I said, we have diversified and rich culture, and they're very unique to various specific locations in Ghana, so we want to have museums across the country. But we always have some museums around. The studios are expensive venture. We want to do modern studios. The NFA is leading the charge, having a lot of discussions with key stakeholders. We had a lot of engagement with people from America in particular, and they want to do Repair and Co. It needs a lot of planning. So we're working on the museum. The NFA is working on it. I personally have been around the world looking for it. The NFA executive director has been doing that a lot, CEO. So museums I want to work on. Because I see it's largely private-public partnership. States, I don't think states should do it. We have TV3, we have to finally sell it. The studios are TV3. But modern studios are very expensive and they are very big. We need some land mass that we can do. It's going to be outside Accra. So work on the studios. The aircraft highlighting, my deputy would work on it. Like you said, he does area. So come on. The patenting, the folklore board is working on inventory. With support from our development partner, they are looking at inventory of all the kente and other tangibles that we have in terms of cultural tangibles and heritage. So they are doing the inventory. Once they finish the inventory, we'll do the patenting. It will be done very soon. And the tourism grants. Last year, we disbursed $9 million, equivalent of $9 million. And this year, we are doing 10. By end of November, it should be done. And let me emphasize that it's not everybody who can get. I mean, the demand is so huge. Even put 100 million, you still won't get everybody getting it. Especially after the COVID, the effect of the COVID, business have gone down. So all the 15 regions are getting COVID grants. The criteria, very transparent, it's available. We have the data. And women consume about 62% of all beneficiaries of the grants. It's been done now. 62%. Present charges to make women 60. We go beyond that to make sure that 62% of women, those beneficiaries 62%, constituting women. NAFAC, 9th to 16th December, we'll have NAFAC. It's coming on. It's coming on. Minister, with your permission, I'll ask Mark. Your police say they're not hearing from you. Come and talk. Before I'll conclude. Minister, before I conclude. So, Mark.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. And then my fellow Deputy Minister, you qualify to work on one of the Akan channels. You speak so well. Yes, it's to do with ECRAG awards. and then High Life, adulterated. Okay, I will touch on the sound studio that you mentioned. My boss gave an example that Ghana Films was sold, and Ghana Films had a studio in it. My first project as a music producer, that was the place I went to, a national studio. And so with the film studio he's talking about, you cannot have a film studio without a sound studio. So the sound studio will be part of a film studio. They interrelate, they always interconnect. ECRAG, music content, profane. Years ago, you couldn't play music that had strong words. And in broadcasting, it was called NTBB. The meaning of that is not to be broadcast. And so I'm happy we are in this ministry. The broadcast law is still in the process. I think the law is the problem. When we get the law right, it will fix some of these things. And then, if the content is not good, one of the ways to tell the whole world that it is not good is to reject it. Consumers just reject it. If we all think that culturally it's not good, we just must reject it till we get the law. Others, I see some young men saying no. Others will also consume it via phone. How do you control the phone? So in the meantime, let's all think about this and get some of the ideas on board. But it's a challenge for not just Ghana, the whole world. Because of the phone and the tabs, it's difficult to have control over content now. High Life. It is difficult to have a particular genre played the same way. Over time, it would evolve. And so the Kwame Eugenes and the Kiddies, the Kim Promises, what they are doing could be called High Life. I am sorry to disappoint you that it will never get back to Dr. KJC and Kwame and Pedu again. Because they also came with a type of high life that people in the 50s like Akwesi Ayah, F. Kenya were all also against. That's how the evolution comes. You don't have control over it. Just that we must encourage them to have the identity of our guitars and our chordal progressions in them. We are working hard to enlist high life with UNESCO, so that Ghana would be synonymous with high life, just like reggae has done with Jamaica, so that we won't have confusion in future, like we are fighting over jollof. Yeah, I think that is my last question. Cool. Thank you.
Okay, so there was a question on the Tourism Development Fund, and I just wanted to highlight what the Act says so that we are all clear on it, because the Tourism Act 2011, Act 817, says that there's established by this Act a Tourism Development Fund. It talks about the object of the fund. The object of the fund is to provide funding for tourism and tourism-related projects and programs. And then to achieve the objects of the fund, monies from the fund shall be applied for tourism, relevant tourism activities as the board, and this is the board of the Ghana Tourism Authority, determine, including in particular, marketing and promotion of tourism. So a lot of the things that we are doing, when you hear of Destination Ghana, December and GH, how we are promoting the country, it comes from the Tourism Development Fund. And who are the beneficiaries of these promotions? Is the industry. When people are coming in, when the hotels, Minister mentioned the hotels are full, they sleep in hotels that are owned by the private sector. Then it says capacity building, market research, and development of tourism infrastructure. So some of the product development activities that have been mentioned over the last year alone, if you go to Nzulezu, Golu, Gushegu. I can mention so many projects that have been done under the Tourism Development Fund. And then development and promotion of other entrepreneurial activities, which are all private sector led. The fund is not administered by the management of the Ghana Tourism Authority. The fund says there has to be a board with a representative of the Controller and Accountant Generals as a member of that board. That is the oversight body for the fund. And in addition to that, it says the board of GTA must have a private sector person represented. And in the board of GTA, we have a private sector person represented. But the act is of 2011. We are in 2022. So if there are proposals for it to be, we also need, at least we will hope that the fund will have said that 20% of the money should go to Ghana Tourism Authority so that it can help sustain our operational activities. So just to clarify, thank you.
The question was on the recruitment of people at the, or staff at the National Film Authority. Just to say that the Executive Director, Ms. Julian Asante, does not recruit people by herself. So far, we have about 14 staff working at the NFA. And these people were taken through the process. We first sought clearance from the Public Services Commission, which was given, and then financial clearance from the Ministry of Finance, which was also given. Then they were taken through a properly constituted panel that interviewed them and finally engaged them. So nobody is taking anybody at the NFA by herself or by himself. Thank you very much.
Colleague ministers, chief director, board chair, heads of agencies, directors, staff, friends from the media, let me take the opportunity to thank you so much for your patience, for your time, for your insightful questions that made us richer and better. I want to say that we cannot achieve our goals and our commitments to the public without your support. We need the media to highlight and project tourist attractions, cultural attraction, and then cultural heritage and assets that we have in this country. Ghana can achieve much more than we're doing now in the cultural, tourism, and art space. As I said, the sector employs 680,000 people permanent in this country. And we want to employ 150,000 more every year based on what we want to do. We can do that with your support. We are committed and convinced that as we improve the attractions, tourist attractions, improve the cultural heritage and diversity, tourism, arts, and culture will not only create the jobs, we put Ghana on the map and make Ghana the most preferred brand in Africa. Jobs, jobs, wealth for our people. Thank you for the opportunity and good morning.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. I believe the final remarks said everything, so I will not reintroduce any, conclusions or appreciations. So thank you so much for joining us. It was so beautiful to, see you and your delegation tell your own stories. I believe Ghanaians would love to hear more from you. So let us do it again. And to the press, the ball is now in your court. We don't have the platforms, you do. So we beg of you to help us amplify all the things that Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, and their respective teams have, given us today, so that Ghanaians will, get to know what's happening within the sector and also take advantage of same. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Enjoy the rest of your day.
episode, we are going to talk about some of the misconceptions and answer some of the questions that you've had about breast cancer and the causes, effects, treatment, and all of that. My name is Stella J. Sudley. I'm seated with a general practitioner at the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center to bring you the answers you've been waiting for. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. You're welcome back. And I have with me Dr. Ment Armstrong. She's a senior medical officer at the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. And as usual, hello, Doc.
Hi.
So first of all, when someone sucks your breast, does it prevent breast cancer or reduce your chances of getting breast cancer?
Right. So this is something we've heard a number of times.
Yeah.
Especially the men interested in that, asking if sucking our breast is going to prevent breast cancer. No. So the thing about that is when a child, so it's not about breastfeeding, when a child sucks your breast, I mean, it's a whole hormonal cascade and all of that. That's what we are talking about. The hormones that come about because of breastfeeding that protect you from breast cancer. So we encourage women to try and breastfeed for at least 6 months when they deliver. But for the men, no, there's not about them at all.
Oh, that's a very disappointed no. But okay, sucking the breast does not reduce the risk of getting breast cancer.
The breast being sucked by an adult man.
Okay,
no.
So breastfeeding helps.
Yes.
Okay, so it's advisable to breastfeed your child.
Yes.
What about those who just extract the milk? For those mothers who use their tube to extract, yes. Yeah. How about that too? So that's just opposed with breastfeeding.
Yes. So it's the same mechanism, really.
Okay.
The breast pump, the child, they are pulling on the nipple, they are stimulating your brain to release certain chemicals. It's the chemicals we are after. Okay. Those are the chemicals that protect you from getting breast cancer. So that's really what it is about. The hormones or the chemicals that come out from that.
Should women wear braziers all the time?
All the time? Okay, so the thing about wearing a bra is that first of all, breast tissue is, we all want our breast to look full and, in the right place all the time. Organized. There's also gravity as we are walking around that pulls things down, right? So if you leave your breast hanging all the time, at a point, gravity is going to, over years, gravity is going to make them sag.
Okay.
And you really don't want that. So that's the top reason why I would advise anyone to wear a bra, a well-fitting bra. It would surprise you, 80% of women don't know what their bra size is. So today we are telling you to go out there. There are so many fitting shops where you can get your bra fitting done so that you know exactly what size you are. Then you wear a proper fitting bra just to make sure that your breasts look good all the time. If you want over the long period, your breasts to stay in place.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Does it have anything to do with getting breast cancer if you wear tight or too loose? Does it affect tight clothing, tight bra?
No.
The duration that you wear braziers for?
No.
Wearing braziers all the time, like you wear a brazier for more than 8 hours a day. Does it have any effect on your breast?
In terms of breast cancer, no.
Okay.
Wearing your bra for hours, it's not going to give you breast cancer or even put you at risk of getting breast cancer.
Okay.
No. Like I said, the whole issue of wearing a proper bra is to make your breast look good all the time, to prevent it from sagging over a period of time.
How about hygiene?
Hygiene, in general terms, excellent for everyone. You don't want to look or smell bad.
Yeah.
If you wear your bra for a very long period of time, sweat and all of that, it starts to smell bad. So then you should change your bra often every day and then wash your bras.
Okay.
Yeah. But then really breast cancer, no.
Are there physical things that can cause breast cancer apart from things that you take within and genetic factors?
When you say physical?
Physical, like death, or maybe you have a cut, maybe something, you are exposed to certain chemicals because of your line of work or something.
Yeah, chemical exposure, being exposed to chemicals, some kind of drugs. Okay, so in some pharmacies, those that work with especially the cancer drugs, you see them suiting up before they handle them.
Okay.
Because all of that, so germs, no. Infections and things, no. If you have repeated breast infections, some people get that. Over a period of time, that could predispose you to breast cancer. Because when you've got an infection, the tissue and all of that replication, what in the first video, what we spoke about, the breast tissue growing out of control. Yeah. So that's where infections come in. But that's repeated breast infections or breast disease. But then death in itself, no, will not do that. Chemicals, yes. Unfortunately, now we are exposed to so many chemicals. Even the meat that we have, we've heard of people giving hormones and things to their livestock just to boost production. And this is also exposing us to a lot of those things through the food that we take.
Okay, so I asked that because these days you see a lot of people wearing clothes that expose their breast. So exposure to environmental factors, does it have any relation to giving you breast cancer?
For that, no. The only thing I'll say about breast exposure is that if you're going to expose your breast in this sunny part, we keep hitting on sunscreen to protect. Yeah, so if you're going to expose, just smear some sunscreen as well. Just protect your skin. But that aside, you're good to go.
Okay, so we've also heard of deodorants, spraying your armpits too close to your breast over time. Does it have any effect?
Depends on the chemical that's in your deodorant. So it comes back to chemicals. If, some of these deodorants have some metals, aluminum, something and all of that. And that, over a very long period of time, is going to lead to oxidative stress, exposure to free radicals and things like that. So all those things predispose you to any form of cancer at all. Yeah. So I'm not saying don't use spray deodorant, but then you should be sure of what you're using, what the components are. Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about men. We know that men also get breast cancer, just that they have low chances of getting it. So men do not have the tissues that women have. So how do they check for breast cancer, or it's only men who have bigger breasts?
So breast tissue itself is standard, or is the same for both men and women. For us, what makes us more pronounced is the fat that collects in it.
Yeah.
So the basic anatomy, the cells and all of that, they are the same, although more developed in women because of how they serve in child making. And so for men, yes, they could also, regardless of how flat or raised theirs is, can also feel a lump or even have the skin changes, sores and things like that. So they also must feel to make sure that they don't have any lumps. Like you said, incidence in men is much lower than in women, but we have a couple of men that have survived breast cancer.
Okay, so does pressing of the breast also help to reduce?
Pressing by who?
Pressing by anyone. Especially during sexual activity. Some people try to, for sexual pleasure, touch in certain kinds of ways. Some people press. Yeah, does it do anything? Does it help you?
So, does it help in breast cancer? The only way I see that helping is if your partner, so this is assuming that you've got one sexual partner, and this person knows how your breasts feel, okay? So then he's going to be able to detect small changes. Oh, today I felt this here, let's have it checked or something. That's the only way I see this helping us with breast cancer, to detect that. Apart from that, if it's something both of you enjoy, go for it. But if not, it's not going to do much.
How much pressing is too much?
Would
it have any effects or?
Oh no, no.
If it's not painful,
if it's not painful and you are enjoying it, it's
no
okay.
problem at all.
No problem at all.
Touching the breast does not in any way.
It won't. As long as you're enjoying it, please have fun.
Okay, thank you very much. And how different are? I've heard that it's not every lump that you find in the breast that is cancerous. So how different are those lumps that you find in the breast from the cancerous ones?
Okay. So first of all, any of these lumps can come at any size, whether cancerous or not. Okay. But for breast cancer, they tend to be hard, very hard. Very, very hard.
Pronounced hard.
Yes, stony hard almost. I mean, as it gets worse, it becomes harder, but then they are hard. They can be attached to the skin or the muscle that is under the breast, right? So then it becomes difficult to move it.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. And then for some of them as well, where the lump is, you start to get a sore. Okay.
Okay.
So those are some of the things that point to a breast mass being malignant. But then if ultimately it's a biopsy that will tell whether it's a cancerous lesion or it's not, whether it's a breast cancer or it's just any other breast lump.
So it still goes back to going to the hospital.
To the hospital, yes. So you can think that you've got a breast cancer, but then you're better off going for it to be confirmed, as against staying at home and then worrying for the wrong reasons.
Okay, so does it affect any other organ of your body? Like, you just got breast cancer. Can you get other cancers in your body just because you had breast cancer?
Yes. Having cancer anywhere in the body, breast anywhere else, the big problem with any of that is that it can move to other places. That's what we call mets. Okay. It can move to any other place. So you can have the primary cancer in the breast, but then eventually it's going to move to the lungs. It's just going to spread throughout the body, right? So yes, if you have breast cancer, it's detected early, you do nothing about it. Even sometimes detected early, you are working on it, but then it starts to move to other places.
Okay.
And then, I mean, it becomes something very
else.
terrible, yeah.
So it still goes back to early detection.
Early detection.
Okay, so checking your breast, how should it be done?
Yeah. Okay.
And how often? Is it an everyday thing or?
Let's start with the often. So first of all, I said in the beginning that we want you to be aware of your breast, what your breast look like, what your breast feel like. So as much as possible every day, I mean, you're going to take a shower, just take a look at your breast, the skin, the nipple, has anything changed? Some people already have or are born with nipples that are turned inwards. But if yours isn't that way, take a look. Is it looking that way now? The skin, are you seeing something like the orange peel? Okay, food orange, as we call it. Are you seeing any sores, any reddening at any part, any thickening? The skin looks thick. And then you feel it. Are you feeling any lump in your breast? Okay. Look at the nipple, any discharge from the nipple. Right, so these are things you have to take note of every morning. But the best time to examine your breast properly is after your period. Because you know, when you're about to get your period, your breast becomes a little heavier and thicker. Yes, so then it might be misleading. You might think that there's a tumor when there isn't. But after that, then things have gone back to normal, so to speak, and then you can feel properly.
Okay.
Yeah, but check every day, look at it every day, but then best time is after your period.
Okay, and the how? The how.
So if I'm going to attempt to use mine.
Okay.
But then if you look at any breast at all, right, you can divide it into 4.
Okay.
Right, so one line up and down through the nipple this way, then the other line through like this. You touch, it must be flat. You are touching flat. You are not poking or grabbing, right? Okay. You are using the palm of your hand, like this, like the flat of it. And you are feeling, you are pressing against the chest wall. Let's say this is the chest wall. Then you've got the breast sitting on it. If you just press like this, you are pressing the breast against the breast. You might think there's something there. But then against the flat part, you move gently. So you take every quarter, you cut it into 4. So you go gently, this side as well, this side as well. If you feel anything, okay, there's something there. And then you don't forget the nipple in the middle, right? You press on it as well and feel, and then you try to squeeze the nipple, see if any blood or something is going to come out of it. And then don't forget the armpit, because when it starts to spread, it travels into the lymph nodes in the armpit. Then if you have any swellings in your armpits as well, that could also mean that let's have this breast checked. Yeah.
Okay. Right. It feels like I'm in awe. But thank you very much. I've had most of the misconceptions in my mind cleared, and I think that it's been a very fruitful discussion. Thank you very much, Dr. Mengs.
Thank you too
for having us. And that will be all for today's episode of our Breast Cancer Awareness Creation Month series. My name is Stella Jejom Sudli. Thank you for watching.
People deliberately encroaching upon government lands that have been acquired by executive instrument for the purposes of the state. One of that, was CSIR. By the grace of God, we have been able to do that. Today, we are here because during Kwame Nkrumah's time, lands from this area all the way to Tema was acquired by executive instrument, where the head lease was under TDC. Some parts of the acquired lands was ceded for the purposes of Ramsar. That is on your right-hand side. We are told that the total acreage was over 3,000 acres. Now, if I should do a little mathematics, in the olden days, an acre of a land or a parcel of land will equate to 4 plots. So let's try and do the mathematics. 4 plots times 3,500 plots. 4. So you are talking about 13,000 plots or 12,000. Today, if they are doing 80 by 70, then it's 6 plots. So let's multiply 6 plots by 3,000. 18,000 plots. As we speak, we are reliably informed that well over 2,500 acres of government land have been encroached upon with impunity. They have built.
Ghana, Nigeria, jollof. Which one do you prefer?
Every time this question comes to me, if I give this answer, people will shout. If I give this answer, people will shout. You know what? Remember that your mother food, the one your mom gave you, from me, Francie, is always the best.
Good to have you back. Today on People and Places, we want to do something a little different. We're going to learn about a Nigerian community in Ghana. We are exploring the story, history and culture of the Igbo community here in Ghana. And to help us do this, we have a distinguished guest whom we'll meet right after this break. My name is Wanda Mihigan. I'll see you after the break. Welcome aboard. Welcome back from the break. Thank you for staying with us. This is still People and Places. We are inside the royal palace of the Nigerian king of the Igbo community in Ghana, His Royal Majesty Eze Dr. Chukwudi Iheneku Igwe.
Thank you.
And welcome to the show once again. You've spent 10 years on the throne as diasporan king. How has the journey been for you so far?
First of all, I give God Almighty glory and praise, who made it possible for me to occupy the throne, where we have thousands and millions of Igbos in diaspora over here, but God chooses me to be here by the confirmation of mankind. I thank God Almighty. 10 years of journey is not an easy thing. These 10 years of great experience, 10 years of few enemies around, 10 years of struggling to make sure the throne stands, 10 years of solving people's problems here and there, 10 years of listening to so many stories, whether it's genuine or not, 10 years of also not having time for my children and my wife, 10 years of traveling all around Ghana, bringing Igbo people together and introducing them to the authority of the land. 10 years of also meeting Ghanaian kings and queen mothers all over Ghana, introducing Igbo people and Igbo culture to them. 10 years of also fighting the best we can to let our people know the laws of Ghana, what that is prohibited for them not to do and what is good for foreigners to do in Ghana. 10 years of great experience.
We thank God for that. So we want to just boil down to who the Igbo people are. We want to understand the word Igbo. What does it mean?
As long as I'm concerned, the word Igbo, we have never have a proper explanation, the word Igbo. All I know is we are the tribe of the Igbos.
Okay.
But we the Igbos traced our origin from Israel. Okay? So some people will tell you that the name Igbo is also in existence in Israel. Some will tell you this is the name we have come to inherit. So when you say the Igbo, all we know that the Igbos are the people from the east part of Nigeria. And the Igbos are the hardworking people. The Igbos are those that are into entrepreneurship. The Igbos are those into commerce businesses. The Igbos are those that are into, those that work so hard to make life better. Igbos are those that make every environment conducive for them and those that they live around. Igbos are those people that share communion with their people. Igbos are those that want to make sure that if you are around them, if they are progressing, you must progress along with them. Igbos are those people that never allow either you, their brother, or a friend, or their well-wishers to suffer, but rather they want to carry you along. So the name Igbo, to me, is a name that has a lot of total package that people all over the world, when you associate with any Igbo man, you will never regret associating with them. So the name Igbo has a lot of meanings in it.
You mentioned brotherliness and togetherness. That's something I've come to know the Igbo people for. How many states does the Igbo tribe or ethnic group have?
Okay, we have 5 Igbo core states.
Okay.
Then we have Igbo-speaking communities in Delta State and in River State. So, but we have 100% 5 Igbo core states that speaks only Igbo. But we have 2 other states that has Igbo-speaking communities within there.
Okay, so what are these 5 states?
Yeah, we have Abia State, Anambra State, Ebonyi State, Enugu State, Imo State.
Right. Eze, can you tell us how the Igbo people came to Ghana?
Okay. I don't think somebody have 100% history how the Igbos came to Ghana. But migration comes in so many forms. One might be traveling because of business. One might travel because of famine. One might travel because he wants to travel. It comes in so many ways. So I cannot say the first Igbo man that came to Ghana was in so year, no. But all we know is Igbos came to Ghana at early time of in the existence of Africa. So I cannot say the very first time an Igbo man come to Ghana, but Igbos that live in Ghana. One thing about the Igbos, if an Igbo man move from here to Kumasi, in the next 2-3 months, he would like to bring his brother to Kumasi. In the next 4 months, he would like to bring his brother. Maybe coming to Kumasi, he will say, you know what? Don't get to Kumasi, stop in Ejesu. Stay here. And let's also expand our business in Ejesu. Some will say, okay, now we have been able to cover Ejesu. Before you know what's going on, 2-3 people are in Ejesu. From there, you see other people in Suhum. That's how Igbos move. But I cannot say this exactly when they come to Ghana. But all I know is the movement of every Igbo man attracts his or her brother to move along with them, because, like I said, we are people that will share, dividends. Dividends, I mean, is when an Igbo man see a good way to make it in life, he will bring his brother along the line.
And the kingship, leadership of the Igbo community in Ghana, how does the system work?
In the total Igbo community, we call Igbo community Ohanes and Igbo, we have a president that is in charge, whom his name is President Chief Uche Anyog.
Okay.
Now, he is the president of all the Igbos in Ghana. Now, we now have state meetings that have their various chairmen that rule them. Now, traditionally, I am their king, to the glory of God. In Ghana, the way they call Nana, Nene, Ni, that represent king in English. Eze, Igwe, means a king. So I am their king that see to all the Igbos that live in Ghana.
Right.
Then I also have other sub-kings in charge of various local governments and the regions. So our leadership here is structured like that. So the chairman and the president of the Igbo community is by political, by election of our people. So there will be election that will bring you into the office for 3 years. After that, you can contest again, or someone else will contest, become the chairman. But the kingship is not by election. It's by the love of the people and who can get it done.
And you've mentioned the hierarchy and leadership style of the Igbos in Ghana. I also know that you have honorary chiefs. And for example, you conferred one of those titles on one of our very own gospel musicians, Empress Gifty, recently. What went into that, and what does that symbolize?
Okay, you know, a king is a father to all, and every king has every right to honor anybody he want to honor by giving him or her a chieftaincy title. It's for honor, a chieftaincy title. Now, there must be a purpose why the king is giving such honor to the person. 1, 2, somebody can also come on his own and say, my king, I think I have gotten to the level in life I want to add a chief to my name. I want to take crown from you as a chief. Now, the chieftaincy committee of the throne will look at it and interview the person that came by himself. He want to take a chieftaincy to know if he's somebody of a good character. If he is, investigations will be, conduct behind him and also in front of him. If he is, then the chieftaincy department will give approval to the king and say, this man merited or this woman merited for the chieftaincy. You can crown him. Now, the one the king by himself can tell somebody, I want to give you a chieftaincy. There must be a purpose. Maybe the purpose is you a man or you a woman that you are giving to the society. You are supporting the society. You are supporting the less privileged. Or you a man or woman that your voice has gone very far to the world. Either the voice that you are a singer, like Empress Gifty, that I count. She is a gospel musician in Ghana. Her music has gone very far in the world, and the people in Ghana love her music. Her music has also become a blessing to many. So such person, you need to honor her so you can encourage her more. If you look at the honor we gave to her last week Sunday, that has also encouraged her more, and that has also spread things about her more, and the world also want to know her more. So now Jim Ike was also crowned here, and Empress Gifty, we gave her Ugomandi. Ugoma meaning the beautiful eagle. An eagle is not just a bird you can just see like that, and it's a precious bird. So we gave her Ugoma. Jim Ike, we gave him Ohamadike Ndi. Ohamadike is a great man that is known for some certain purposes. He's a very good actor, but the whole world knows Jim Ike. So we gave him that name to honor him. We did not ask them to give us $1, 1 naira. It is the kingship that I confer on people and say, I want to give you a chieftaincy title. I don't ask you to give me money. It's an honor from my heart, honor from the throne. I'll give you a chieftaincy title. So we gave her the chieftaincy title to honor her and to add more to her CV and add more strength to her to work more hard. And when you confer chieftaincy to people, it makes them to be cautious of their life. Now, so I'm not just who I am before, but now and a bigger honor has added to me, and that will also help for the promotion of the good work of the throne. For if the throne can honor a great woman, a great man like this, it means the throne is worthy to be associated with.
Right. There's more we want to learn about your people, especially the traditions of your people. But we want to first take a break and we'll return to focus more on the traditions, peculiar, unique traditions of the Igbo people. We'll learn more from Ezra, so stay with us. We'll be right back.
Now, let's learn something interesting about Ghana.
Etiwa Rainforest Reserve is the largest forest in Ghana, covering a total of 260 square kilometers of Etiwa. The forest is not only rich in life but also in minerals.
That's all for this week on Facts About Ghana. Until next time, let's get back and learn more with Wanda and her guests.
Many thanks for staying with us. Thank you, Enam, for the tips and facts about Ghana. We are still in the Royal Palace of His Royal Majesty, the King of Igbo community in Ghana. And just before the break, I told you we were going to delve more into the conversation. Now we are going to focus on the traditions of the Igbo people in Ghana. Usually the kings or leaders walk with a staff in your hands. Okay.
Different staffs. So we call it authority. Ofo. Yes, Ofo is authority. Yes, Ofo is authority. But you know, in the modern world, we have to have different designs of all these things. Okay. You know. Then we have also the elephant talks.
Okay.
And so forth. Okay. So you can also decide to have the long, like this long staff.
Okay.
You can decide to. It depends on how you want to costume yourself.
Right.
But the staff you see we're holding in the hand is authority. Yes.
Usually when you see kings, like it was exhibited at the recent Yam Festival, they greet with the staff 3 times. What does that mean?
You know, in our Igbo, only the title holders that greet in that way 3 times.
Okay.
When you greet, we have 4 market days. Eke, Orie, Afo, Nkwo. These are 4 market days that Igbos used to count their weeks.
Okay.
We don't count our weeks like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We count by the market. Remember that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, these things are by the counting of the English people. But before the Westerners come to Africa, we already existed. Africa is existing. So we count our days by the 4 market days. So when they say that 3 is Eke, Orie, Afo, Nkwo.
Okay.
So the 3 market days that they count. Some also counted by their title. Some counted by their symbols. So, but now the world has changed. The global village has changed a lot of things. So now whether you're a title holder, you're not a title holder, you see people doing that. But normally, you cannot do that if you are not a title holder.
I also would like to understand, I mean, during the festival, I noticed some people were wearing war smokes with a lot of symbols on it. That's something that's similar to the war smokes that people wear in Ghana, especially in the northern part of Ghana.
You see, when the warriors, in olden days, the warriors are known to be the native doctors or people that native doctors prepared them to go for war. All those symbols become the symbol of their juju, their gods. Because when a native doctor prepare you to go to war, either he puts medicine in your body that prevents guns not to get into you, or he put medicine on your body that will dictate where the enemies are, or medicine in your body that will give you strength, or medicine in your body that will give you the power for you to be able to shoot a target, or give you medicine that no matter, even if the gun get to you, you're not gonna die. So those symbols are different medicines they put on their body in olden days. Now, because the world has become a global village, like I keep saying, people are now using those things as a fashion.
Okay.
But those days is not a fashion.
Okay.
When you see them, like when you see Ezemo come out, Ezemo is the leader of the gods. When Ezemo come out, you can see his body is fortified. Like also the warriors here in Ghana, you see it's fortified. So those things is not just normal. Those things is 100% African powers. But now people design it, and it's normal costume. Yes.
Okay. Your festival. I know about the Yam Festival.
Yeah, we'll celebrate Yam Festival. Okay, let me just say this way. Everybody in Igbo land celebrate the Yam Festival. This is what we acquired from our forefathers. It's heritage. Okay. In the same Igbo land, people celebrate different things. Some people celebrate rice.
Okay.
Some people celebrate their we call it palm wine. It depends. Now, some people celebrate wrestling, mba. We call it mba. Okay. So, even next year, 2023, I want to introduce the wrestling, the Yam Festival. Yes, we call it mba. So there are so many things that we celebrate in Igbo land, but the major celebration of every Igbo man is Yam Festival. What's the history behind the Yam Festival? A brief history. Okay, the history is a Thanksgiving. It's a Thanksgiving. It's a time of harvest that we are thanking God for giving us life to go to the farm, plant our crops, and He has given us life to harvest all the crops that we've planted. So we are thanking God for that opportunity, and now asking God to give us the opportunity, the grace, the resources, the money, the strength, the manpower, the manure, the fertile land for we to plant our crops again for next season. It's all about Thanksgiving. Then among all the crops, the one that our forefathers celebrate a lot is the yam. Okay. So it's all about Thanksgiving. When we say Yam Festival, it's all about Thanksgiving, like a harvest. Thanking God for giving us the opportunity, and now we are alive and we are harvesting. Also ask God to receive the souls of those that died along the process in peace, and give us life to, plant and harvest in the next season.
As I understand, the Igbo people are very cultural people. What kind of music do you enjoy? What kind of dance do the Igbo people dance? Can you take us through a little bit of your culture?
Okay. We have different Igbo music. We have a music we call Igbo. Igbo is kind of a royal dance. They beat the drum very slowly. We have Oja, the flute. You see my boy that blew the flute. We have Oja. We have high life music. Okay. Okay? Okay. Like the way you have Ghana high life music. We have high life music. We have different music in different areas. We have what we call Ibunango. Like in my village, we dance Ibunango. Okay? So it's a seasonal festival dance, seasonal cultural dance that will display every 2 years. There are some communities that display their own every year. They call it Kurosha. Some dance Mangu. You see the masquerade you saw there? Mangu. Some dance Keleke, some dance Owo, some dance Okonko, some dance Ikripa Hafia. There are so many different cultural dancers display within the Igbo land.
Okay.
There's no particular one.
And naming. This is also something I've observed. There's a lot of Chukwu in Igbo names. And I understand Chukwu is God in the Igbo language. Is there any particular reason why you have a lot of Chukwu in your names?
Okay. Igbos, we have too much faith in the Lord, God Almighty. So almost everybody attaches God to their children's name. And the other way around, Igbos also name their children according to the event of that time, or the circumstances at the pregnant time of their wife, or the harvest time, or the hard time, or the good time. You understand? So the Igbos look at the names like that, but they always attach God, because we love God a lot. Like my name, Chukwudi. Chukwudebere, that's the complete name, Chukwudebere. God is merciful.
Okay.
Some answer Chukwudindo, God is alive. God, people answer Chukwuemeze, God has done it. People answer Chinemerem, God is doing it for me. Some people answer Chibundum, God is my life. It's so many. People answer Chukwuemeka, God has done it. People answer Chioma, God is good. People answer Oge Chikama, like my first daughter is Oge Chikama, God's time is the best. My first daughter was in her mom's stomach for 22 months. So immediately we gave birth to her, I called her Oge Chikama. God's time is the best.
Wow.
You see, so based on the circumstances of her birth, I gave her that name, Oge Chikama. God's time is the best. Because we will try the best we can. Doctors, nurses, churches, and all that. God says no. When the time comes, the baby come alive. No cesarean, nothing. So God's time is the best. Oge Chikama.
That's amazing. Marriage. Do Igbos encourage intermarriage? I mean, do they marry from other ethnic tribes? Do they marry from other countries? Or they really like to marry from within themselves?
With the history we know about the Igbos, centuries ago, Igbos always want to marry their fellow Igbos.
Okay.
Even the Bible said it's marry in your own tribe.
Okay.
So our forefathers maintained that. But as we are growing up, things are changing. People travel from one point to another. People travel from one country to another. You find love anywhere you are. So if you find love anywhere you are, you have to break some certain protocols and carry on your life that way. So now, Igbos are encouraging intermarriage from different tribes and different countries.
Let's talk about food. Yam is
Well, you know, my wife is a Ghanaian.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That's very interesting.
My wife is a Ghanaian. My wife is from Anomabo.
That's
Central
really
region.
nice.
And the mother is from Birowa.
Wow.
So we've married for 24 years now.
Wow.
So
you met her in Ghana?
I met her in Ghana.
Beautiful.
So I married a Ghanaian. And many of us married to Ghanaians also.
Beautiful.
So these are also to let the people of the world know that it's not compulsory you must marry from your tribe. The world is the same. But the most important thing is the both of you love yourselves and maintain your family levels and family respect.
Oh, great. So food, the food of Igbos is, aside yam, which I hear is one of your staples.
Apart from yam, we have cocoa yam, we have cassava, we have okwa, we have oba, we have ona.
Okay.
We have different things in it. If you come to other things, we also have what we call opo. Opo, they use it to prepare soup.
Okay.
We have egusi, we have obono, we have achi, we have ofo, we have ugiri, we have Oha, we have Ogo, we have Ntorogba. These are things that we eat, a lot of them. We have Mbobofe, we have Otase, we have Ozoza, we have Nchongu. Ghanaians call it scent leaf.
Okay.
Yes, we have also bitter leaf.
And which Ghanaian food have you enjoyed in all your 27 years of living in Ghana?
You know one good thing here, my wife is a caterer.
Wow.
So she cooks all kind of food.
A lot of local.
All her food is nice. My beautiful wife, Queen Liberty, her food is beautiful. All kind of food she cooks. So you can't even say this one is better than this one. All her foods are good. Abangwa is good. Okoto red is good. Fantikenke is good. Kakra soup, what is it? Krankra soup? Krankra soup is always good.
You've tried a lot of Ghanaian.
Oh yes.
I can imagine.
A lot.
I can imagine. But yours is an interesting combination. Nigerian, specifically Igbo, and a beautiful Ghanaian wife. That means a lot of Nigerian food and a lot of Ghanaian food.
Yes.
That brings me to the question of the jollof wars. Ghana, Nigeria, jollof. Which one do you prefer?
This is difficult question. Every time this question comes to me, if I give this answer, people will shout. If I give this answer, people will shout. You know what? Remember that your mother food, the one your mom gave you, from me fancy, is always the best. No matter how beautiful your wife will cook, your mom food is always the best for you. So I said my mom cooked jollof rice better than anybody in the world.
Okay.
As long as she's alive. But if I go home now, I'm gonna eat her food. And my wife is aware. If we travel to village, I eat always from my mom's kitchen. But my wife will cook better, powerful soup, powerful food. But that one my mom cooked is the best for me. So as long as my mom is still alive, my mom's jollof rice is the best jollof rice in the world.
That's a very interesting answer. Very interesting. Okay. Now we want to wrap up the first part of this conversation. I want to ask how you would be able to, how can you tell somebody is an Igbo in Ghana? I mean, if you see somebody, what identifies a person as an Igbo?
Most Igbos are fair in complexion.
Okay.
Most Igbos have forehead.
Okay.
Most Igbos have flat kind of hair, back hair. Then most Igbos are very proud.
Okay.
Most Igbos are good communicator. Most Igbos are good in business. Before you can sit with an Igbo man, only 1 second, 2 seconds, you must know it's an Igbo man. Because the kind of ideas that come out of him, you will know, oh, Charlie, he's a Nigerian man. And the Igbo man is always difficult to see an Igbo man that does not speak in wisdom.
Okay.
Every woman speaks wisdom. And when you hear them speaking, you will know this is an Igbo man. The way we try to, because we are not English people, we are pure Africans. So we try the best we can to carry our language along with us. Then, Igbo men also, by their dressing, every man always want to dress good. And every woman also want to dress like this is our local attire. So as soon as you say it, you say, oh my God, this the first, even if you say it's a Nigerian, every Ghanaian, people around the world, when they see Nigerians, their mind first of all is an Igbo man. Then from there to interview him or from there to discuss with him, then you realize whether he's Igbo or Hausa or Yoruba. These are the major three tribes. So there are a lot of signs around Igbo man that will make you to know Igbo man.
And what do Igbo men and women do, like profession-wise? Mostly, what do they do in Ghana?
Trade.
Okay.
Trade. We're all over the market, all over the street. Trading.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you
Where
so
to
much.
commerce.
Thank you so much,
God
Eze, for speaking to us and giving us some insights, interesting insights about the people of Igbo. But this is just the first part. We are going to speak again where we'll concentrate more on your stay in Ghana and how the Igbo people relate to Ghanaians. But thank you so much for your time. So that will be all for this edition of People and Places. There's more to enjoy, and so stay with us. In the next edition, we'll bring you more. I've been speaking to the king, the diasporan king of the Igbo community here in Ghana. He is His Royal Majesty Eze Dr. Chukwudi Ihenetu. Pardon me if I didn't really get the name. I'm trying. So we'll see you next time. My name is Wandami Hagan. Stay safe.
This press briefing is to call on the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, to call one of his friends to order, one of his cohorts. And why I've had to address this press conference is in the public interest, and it's in the national interest, as in the national security interest of our country. My attention has been drawn to moves and initiatives by the Ministry of Agriculture working in cohort with the Lands Commission of Ghana to give away one of our land jewels on the Gifat Road, which used to house the Agric Mechanization Center, where those tractors and combine harvesters are normally brought in and sold to farmers and persons associated with the activity of agriculture. That land is being parceled for redevelopment purposes to an entity or a company known as Inoc Holdings Limited. Inoc Holdings Limited, whatever it is, that land, as close as it is to our national airport, which is a strategic national security asset, I do not think that should go into private hands or private development, particularly when the Ministry of Agriculture and its agencies are struggling and paying rent elsewhere. Maybe if it is preserved for the state, preserved for the military high command, the Ghana Armed Forces, because just in front of it, by the side of it, adjacent to it, is the Ghana Armed Forces and the Ghana Air Force and the National Airport. To think that this land will suffer the wanton dissipation of compulsorily acquired state land breaks my heart. And I think that President Nana Addo Dankwa must stop this. And he must stop the Ministry of Agriculture. And if by reference the agreement is so signed by the minister, he should call his good friend to order that that land should be preserved in our national security interests. And therefore the president, if he has doubts as to what I'm saying, must commence a full-scale public investigation into the status of this land and the intentions behind the land and report same to the Ghanaian public. God bless.
With over 40 years of experience as a supporter, with 6 World Cup appearances, Abraham Boakye has become the face of national team support in this country and beyond. He has received multiple awards from FIFA and CAF for hoisting high the flag of Ghana at various tournaments. Today I speak to the man who has become the face of national team support in this country. One-man supporter, Abraham Boakye, is my guest on this edition of Sports Check. And once we come back from this break, we'll talk about his experience and of course, the 2022 World Cup. This is Sports Check, and I am Perez as well. Welcome back from the break. This is Sports Check, and one-man supporter is my guest. One man, Obi say the chassis saying about the we develop with our love for supporting.
In short, any football no fact, but yes, careful. We try from primary school, middle school, about secondary school, or same secondary. You know, we try. I was the best dressed player. Me boot, me host. You all primary name, you know, me boot, me host. But me nimbo, me ya near game in gym more. The best since no be a sports captain. The ball I don't go hang Jesse or I could test with myself. Satan father a village kakra. Na sim baby ko nani former court of chairman since school mensa o hu mi say me yes ade no e no pay myself e no adopt to send ban ni from there no court of match dey on me call or dem ba e call bridge come ko ball African Cup me be out me call nti e ba sa na say e poku nti no poku afie Francisco mi asana ko si apia mo ba jojata mo nyina ba ke mo nyina ba ye enough into a national camp. Me and my crime made much community baby. Oh, okay. No one idea be pele. Buy. No one idea Razak in polo buy. Oh, we buy. Chombo 15 minutes. Full time, no. 15 minutes to full time. Near Mama Ben. Polo in Razak. Sarah was happy and I been pele. So the same thing I have all the history. Tenu na mo atomo kwa na makobi baby sa. Ena nya kwa chuku akwa bushi. Yes, karamba fiente na buska. Tibasi last time no ko be ano me twam ticket na me chase a be bia ko league no but government no emfamin kan triple ba me twam ticket ba ko hotel nti ko am no mo wa na e bia nti fortunately equator no there is a link one and ko and then will be chatting of England or pandit or more commentary no say this is a lone ranger, one person supporting the whole country and they are winning. One-man supporter to put a flag against Brazilian 5,000 supporters because Ecuador and Brazil they share border. Sure. So they came in numbers, babas. To one put jackets here. Timismo said the medium flag no come now. Masamba, call Masamba. Never come and that so Negane share Udisaka Moshe. So no say a lone ranger, one person supporting the whole country and they are winning. That's one-man supporter. And Sana Munya within Sana Munya. Team we do a graphic newspaper publish one-man supporter in town. A man, a woman,
I mean, from that time I'll be seeing it here.
Yes.
Why? But
and catch a pretty good show, man. The engine. So we go many months here. We go many months here. That in shot. Any income for. And I said, oh man, no, you're Kosuna. So you soon frame me there. The dream means not start to cry.
Okay.
Some of the new dimension. This is just only the beginning. I'm going to give the best out of me. Sure. Let's support to Ghana, and do what say do.
How first work up
94, America.
Okay.
But the Ghana qualify, but McCoy.
Now support the country.
Oh, McCoy.
Oh, okay.
In America, there you can't leave them. Just support them. And the data Cameroon Suya there.
Oh, okay.
So the Cameroon Suya there with Jamila, near Jam Africa.
So now we stadium time now shares are going now.
Oh,
okay.
Tama yakini muni we man passing na me ho. Say government didn't koy abla nye efi no coach didn't koy. In jama no press no. Jaros. No man pass gra. No. 98 France is me koy. That Ghana qualify.
Yeah.
2002 Japan Korea. In Nigeria for the koy. 2006 Germany. Qualify.
Germany.
Yes.
Fire code through process now started after Ghana qualify. Process being a similar now. We Germany as supporters group.
I dear Ghana for Germany in the day. I dear we are seeing any soy. The first time, at least, it me share Czech Republic. It's a wake up no. So we're down or first match ya. It will up them.
Yeah.
Italy share you know. A man nefisi abemobu. But Ghana to me share the best team in Europe that time. Czech Republic the best team. It me show mo Cologne. Ejijinai. It me kosha America. Like I say ejanye pa. Na akola obewu no. In the summer than because you are on my team, Brazil. Then Ronaldo, Adina, count to go, and no unfortunately for Ghana, ACN, names or yellow card, you know, and only a problem said ACN, jump midfield park, the game will be a different resource.
So 2006, I say FIFA ball about
2006. 2010 and beyond. And no FIFA bulletins only.
Yeah.
FIFA bulletin 2010 and beyond. Yes. Well, am I equating Maja? You could do big the Costa Rica about Dortmund. Yeah.
2006 World Cup, and then I will remember like the biggest memory from that World Cup.
The biggest memory is supporters a queen Obia ni je obia mpra edwani mra yina e bod time na bring so kan do bia omo miska pa no so na bring or support obia e ma ye de ye fe e kan bo maskani e ho ni hu se Ghana beat my baby. And at that time summertime Germany so e grow up e more de ade sante by 11 kwana wiapo nti ye bomb match we tamba signature mu Baby do Canadian sign. You know, but the Mabia, a fair, a man yet dead. And my we are seeing them to Ghana. And near the army, Kaipa say, and you by.
Alright. So, this is Sports Check. We've been speaking to Abraham Boachi, a Swama supporter, who has been telling us tales about his devotion or mission as the #1 supporter of the various national teams. We are going for a break. I won't come back. We delve into others. We are going to talk about the 2010 World Cup and the 2014 World Cup. This is Sports Check. We'll be back. Welcome back from the British Sports Check with me, Perez as well. Earlier on, he spoke about with one man supporter about his journey from the 1970s to 2006. Now we are going to talk about the 2010 World Cup, 2014, and also brought up to 2020. Where I'm very sure he'll be in Qatar, the general of the supporters of the country. Obama.
Yeah.
So 2010 World Cup.
Oh yes.
2010 what you do?
Oh. I want you. Then we are seeing Nancy say. And we're not to be a criticized. When you have vision, that time now we are seeing now support to blasters against Yoruba. Some other countries, Abu Dhabi, no, you see, Nanka, that time, the current administration of Ghana Association, my grandma so. Satam the second, Satam, the Ghana football. Me, with the Ghana Football Association money, 2 years. I am a young last time we did Tom Baby that time.
But 2010 then was the guy saying yes, yes. Today now my year of course yeah, but from inside the stadium then my year you are seeing now who are FIFA.
I would say consistently, 2010 after the World Cup, a man who could Germany and a 20 man could Germany, a World Cup, and so a coin supporters a coin. Now the current stadium is empty. You have 160 supporters in a coin. You have Parma, Germany, T-Mobile sponsor that tournament.
Yeah.
That tournament is Glow sponsoring. The Glow no come T-Mobile report to it. And my FIFA said Glow take ambush marketing. Because I'm crying the cameras media need agree so. Could tell me empty any only Bob buying. Indeed, the report club blade grow. Emma, then Chama, Danuga, Emma, the lawyer friend said, a third match, my and she grew because on top of $10 million. Indeed, FIFA Muniae, and now Hunia was South African, and no Okachai. Into a mutual report for 2010 bulletin. My case, the Ghana supporters was the best supporters in the world.
But may young go through the match and time now, you miss out on. They say penalties shootout in the Yantiman qualifying. I should be an hour stadium next also.
Yeah, me and I said Ghana in particular, the whole continent of Africa were disappointed because now Africa is move into another level.
Yeah,
semi-finals. It's not for Ghana, it's for the continent of Africa, 52 states, 54 states. And if you guys say Africa are called semi-finals Spain. And that match was not only Ghana, a lot of people were disappointed.
Who's saying?
As soon as they say it's understatement. As soon now you're saying your opportunity to play penalties. Na Jomensa German Akobo na good penalties. I say Obia. Oh, ensure tona ne ma mekra. Ne you be say on this one go yi. Oyi tuano. Okwa o so mo nyanwa na ensure abura kra san oyi. Jomensa. Wo di enfa bia nto nchen asa mo jan asego no. But over share the 5 kicks. Jomensa Jamano Bobo no preparation. As if saying has nothing to take. And the ya. And yes, I'm no boy.
Yambra 2014. And also Okoye. I'm the SMP by Kwafo P can say I must support this one can be now all the issues that happen because even the former sports minister Free Ankara I say, or no, my advice to the current sports minister is if he doesn't want to see anything, he shouldn't send supporters to the World Cup. Supporters leader no. Then it's see from supporters' view, then it's see Brazil.
Chairman, question you say what been the boy basso. Say Afisa may now see and that's a BBC. No, question you say why are they power? Why are they power? A chief for Ghana for a prayer, a tiffy, a toyana for but you are saying a very, very important issue. I say, it's every day. If it's a free, if a free, I'm crying, Madame for irrespective of party affiliation, or Madame for 2. Because I'm a commission, we can create ama jamafe commission jamafe scholarship jamafe kas one man ale it is a ball pass be save na mi catch no mi catch Elvis say Elvis wake up here be koi my survey of Brazil my that ko survey ni na what you going to do is because a ship because a cruise ship aba if any 4,000 bed and everything. Now, but the Brazil ever born in no, ensure no. Except as a Ghana, for instance, from a flower, no about sugar coffee, no about tema, no about cra, nequaco, Winneba, no to Cape Coast. And all you need is a cruise ship. Because Brazil wake up, no, a hotel's name, I am man. Flight arrangements quite call to and fro, no, it's not there. And let's go with cruise ship. It's cheaper and convenient. And if any for 6,000 a year, you fire musicians, you park crowd, so I make my bubble and network and cotopuno. You may be a crew, setting crying or officer by who's on to ship. And they could do Nata, let's say a packet shore. You have already years of buses. Now be fine. Then you could be another no be akoda. Canteen, be everything is the sort of room. You have a time when you qualify another city. And once you ship on air, you don't need accommodation, you don't need aircraft lifting depending from another city.
The Zongo of yesterday, we didn't have lots of, graduates, even people with PhD and masters, we didn't have them, but now we have.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This is your most informative socio-political and personality interview show online. We bring you facts and updates on issues that matter to you. My name is Ismail Akwe. In this edition, we are going to discuss Zongo communities and how Zongo used to be or has been synonymous with violence, yet politicians always troop to that community and knock on their doors during elections for votes. A Zongo of yesterday, the Zongo of today. Our guest is a gem from the Zongo, and he leads a lot of intervention programs to improve the community. We'll speak more with him right after this break. This is the Lowdown. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Lakwe, and our guest is here. Our guest is Mr. Mahmoud Jaja. He's the CEO of Zongovation Hub and also as real Zongo Gem. Welcome, Mahmoud.
Thank you very much.
It's great to have you here.
Good to see you, brother.
Yes. And I refer to you as a Zongo Gem.
Yes.
And I understand there are so many people who are doing a lot of things in the Zongo community.
Yeah.
How did you get to the level you got to? Is it through education, through influence? Is it through friends, or it was out of personal, following personal dreams and visions?
Yeah, thank you very much for this opportunity. The Zongo community is a very complicated, if you like, I would say, animal, in the sense that there are so many things happening in the Zongo community. Alhamdulillah, some of us have had the opportunity of, if you like, education, and then from the family we are coming from, a bit influential. And the fact that as young people, we continue to read and expose ourselves to happenings elsewhere beyond our community, we realize that the kind of education we have and experience and exposure that we have, there's the need to bring to bear some form of transformation in the Zongo community. That is why we are still committed to, we believe strongly, in my case, I believe strongly, passionately, that the Zongos can be transformed.
Does that mean with education, people from Zongo can make it, and also those or the others who are not successful cannot or will not have an excuse to say they didn't make it?
Exactly. Education is the easiest way to transform a society, because once you are educated, your options are many. You'll be able to do so many things. So with the level of education that you have, education is supposed to, give you a new perspective about issues, how to, even the way you live in your society. So it's important that's why this time around we have a lot of young people from the Zongo communities, pursuing higher education. And I always tell them that, look, let your education reflect in the way you live, your society. So education is the easiest way, but I always use three things. I believe strongly if we are to focus on these three things, we'll be able to transform the Zongo community within the shortest possible time. One is education. We need to educate more of our young people. Two is sports. Sports is big business, and sports is one of the easiest way we can get more young people out of poverty. And then three is technology. Technology is like a miracle, and that is where my focus is, because among these three things, education, sports, technology is the easiest, which can make a lot of impact. So if we can focus on education, sports, and technology, we can transform the Zongo community within the shortest possible time.
In my intro, I said the Zongo of yesterday, is it the Zongo of today? No. And we'll talk about that, but let's go to the foundation.
Yes.
There's this perception that Zongos are Muslim communities, and a lot of people question why politicians, why leaders in the country would want to go to the Zongo communities whenever they are discussing youth development.
Yeah.
Is Zongo a Muslim community?
Technically, yes. Technically, yes, because one of the features of a Zongo community, we can use two things. The language, which is the Hausa language, which has become the lingua franca of the people of the Zongo community. And then two is religion, Islam. But now you cannot say that, because there are majority of the people in Zongo communities are Muslims, but we have non-Muslims in the Zongo community. But once you have a lot of people speaking Hausa, and then the religion is also Islam, because the formation of the Zongo community itself was as a result of these Hausa traders from northern Nigeria, moving. So the word itself is Zongo, a bit corrupted to Zongo. Zongo is like a temporary camp for these traders to settle. So they didn't intend to stay permanently. But, with the passage of time, one thing led to another, and then some of them, intermarry and then stayed. So it's basically because of their religion and the language, Hausa and Islam, so it's influenced. So the migration of most northerners, I'm a northerner, but I was born and brought in Zongo community. I'm from Bole, Gunja. So a lot of northerners also migrated to the south. So one language that was like able to bring all of them together is the Hausa language. So you see a Frafra, a Dagati, a Gunja, a Dagomba, all of us speaking Hausa, because that is the link. So that's why the Zongo community is more like seen as Islam and then also Hausa. But we have other non-Muslims.
Indeed, a 2018 report by the defunct Ministry of Inner City and Zongo Development said there are about 1,080 Zongo communities across the 16 regions of Ghana, and all these communities together make up 4.6 million inhabitants. Would anyone have the right or some kind of, would they have any justification to say there is a bit of bias towards the Zongo communities, because when funds are being put together, there's a fund for Zongo development, and then inner city is separated from Zongo? Would anyone have any justification to say that?
Yes, you know, the Zongos historically have been marginalized, because even the colonial governments didn't see the Zongos as the real indigents, because they were trade caravans, moving. So they were not even factored into national planning. So that's how come some of the Zongos still lack social amenities. So in contemporary times, politicians have realized that the Zongos have become like a political base. You cannot do without the Zongos. And because of the population density of the Zongos, have huge, population. So politicians want to capitalize. Now, before you capitalize on something like this, there's the need for you to bring out programs, come out with something. So that's why the current government, the New Patriotic Party, thought that they should come out with something, because they don't have good image due to some historical reasons as well, the Aliens Compliance Act and so on and so forth. So they decided to establish the Ministry of Inner City and Zongo Development. I strongly believe in affirmative action, because we didn't start on a level playing field. So there's the need for us to have some form of push. So the ministry, the establishment of the ministry was, for me, the intention was good. Although people say it's political, of course a politician needs something, to stand on. So the intention was good, but the implementation was flawed. Absolutely, it was flawed.
So you support the end of the ministry?
I don't support the end. Like I said, the intention was good, and you cannot establish. Look, it will take more than 40 or 50 years to change the Zongo community. So you cannot establish a ministry within 2 or 3 years to expect to see changes. That will not happen. But what the ministry failed to do was broader consultation. They should have taken the politics out of it, engage stakeholders, people who understand the Zongo very well. Because the Zongo, like I mentioned in my intro, is a complicated animal. You cannot sit somewhere in the ministries and decide for the Zongo community. I was actively involved. I engaged all the ministers of the defunct Zongo ministry. But the way we implemented it was too much political. That's why even the president didn't see the need for it to be continued, because it's lost, its soul at some point.
It's important to discuss what you do, and I know you led IYD. You're one of the founders or the founder of it.
Yeah.
That's the
Initiative for Youth Development.
Initiative for Youth Development, but the focus was on the Zongo communities.
Community, exactly.
Yes. So with IYD, I know you realized some challenges from the communities that were real issues that could bring a long-term change in the Zongo development. Can you take us through some of these challenges that you found?
IYD, Initiative for Youth Development, like I said, because of my background, I realized that there's the need for us to do something about, especially young people in the Zongo community. So I started IYD. And you cannot build something on nothing. There's the need for you to have the data. Even the data the ministry is giving, about 1,000-something Zongo community, is still contested because you can't, So IYD was basically to collect data about Zongo community. So we started moving around the country, because when we talk of Zongo community, usually because we are in Accra, we tend to focus on Nima, Mamobi, it goes beyond that. So we went to the regions to collect data. And one thing we are also missing out is there's sustainable development goals, which is a global, ambitions or agenda to eradicate poverty and other, goals. So I thought that if we bring young people in the Zongo communities together, we have our peculiar challenges. So once we move around, we engage with youth groups, we engage with various stakeholders to understand the exact problem that we want to tackle, so that inshallah by 2030, when the whole world is talking about, the end of poverty or even the reduction of poverty, the people of the Zongo community can also say that because of this and that we did during this period, we're able to, eradicate. So that's why we started IYD, and we came out with something that we also call the Zongo Youth Agenda, so that we want to engage stakeholders, so that we tell them that, look, in your efforts to transform the Zongo communities, we want you to focus on these areas, because these are the aspirations of young people. When we went around, these are the things that they need, attention to be paid on. So we started that. So it was as a result of IYD that we came out with Zongovation Hub. Okay. So Zongovation Hub started actually as a project under IYD, because we realized that technology is the tool that we can use to accelerate our development.
We'll talk about Zongovation Hub later, but I want us to dive into the issues that you gathered. So the challenges we are talking about here, IYD unearthed a lot of the challenges, and these were coming from people from the Zongo, the youth. And I want us to dive into that and see what exactly were they asking for. Were they asking for bread and butter, or what were they asking for indeed?
So depending on the location, the Zongo communities, we have the urban Zongos, and then we have the rural Zongos. So for instance, when we're in Sunyani, and then also in Wenchi, some of the things they were asking for are different from what the young people in Nima or Mamobi will be asking for. For instance, in these, let me use the word rural Zongos, they are more interested in support for agriculture, because some of them are already in cooperative organizations, so they just need some support to be able to expand their agric. And then some of them are also looking for scholarships, to pursue higher education. But generally we identified education, because we believe that although there's free compulsory universal basic education, to succeed in the 21st century, it goes beyond basic education. You need to acquire higher education, you need skills, and some of these are expensive. So institutions like the Zongo Development Fund can focus their attention on giving scholarships and then supporting young people to pursue higher education in specific areas. So for instance, we are looking at engineering, we are looking at technology, we are looking at medicine. We still need more lawyers in the Zongo communities, doctors, these are the areas that we are looking at. So education and then skills, not everybody can go to the university or the polytechnic. And if you look at the Zongo community, even the genesis of the Zongo community started as a result of trading. So there are a lot of businesses, young people with businesses. They need capital, they need support to be able to expand their businesses. So these are some of the areas that we are looking at: education, skills, acquisition, funding for young entrepreneurs. Especially you look at beyond Accra, the rural Zongos, they need money to to support their agri. Some of them have started. It's not as if they just need the money to start something new. They've already started. They just need to expand what they are doing, and this will even create jobs, because they will need more hands to support them to be able to take their businesses forward.
It would be interesting to know what the macho men in the Zongo communities would want. Are they also looking for jobs?
Unfortunately, we didn't interact with the macho men, but the macho men already are more or less like they are engaged. We are focused on young people who are coming up, because we believe that the future of the Zongo community depends on what young people are doing now. So our focus is on young people in the Zongo community. We didn't consider the macho men.
I'm sure the macho men are engaged by politicians already.
They are engaged by politicians. They are bodyguards, unfortunately, and some of them are land guards as well. But we believe that in changing a society, you don't need everybody to become change maker. You just need few. So the few change makers can change the rest. So we are focused on people that we think they are still young, that we can still, help transform, their career path. So we are not focusing on the macho men, the langars. We are not. A time will come, their services will not be needed. So we are not focusing on them.
Historically, a lot of people in the Zongo communities moved from other places to where they are. Colonialism brought a lot of people who came as servicemen to Accra. Some moved to Kumasi and other places. Even people came from Nigeria to settle in Ghana to form the Zongo communities. Right now we are having something, I don't want to call it brain drain, but it could be a human flight of a lot of the resources, the human resource in the Zongo communities, who are moving to other places in Africa, even other places in Ghana. And I don't know if that is a problem or it is an achievement or a success. I would want you to answer this after this break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe, and our guest is Mahmoud Jaja. He's the CEO of Zongovation Hub. We're discussing Zongo and how interesting the Zongo community is, the diversity, and also the Zongo of yesterday. Is it the same as Zongo of today? This is a very important question, and you are taking us through this with the challenges of now. And if we want to juxtapose that with the challenges of before, in the past maybe it's about food. And we know food is poverty. There's still poverty. However, there's some improvement in terms of enlightenment, in terms of education, in terms of technology and science. And you are one of the people who have brought these things to the people directly with the Zongovation Hub. Now, I asked the question before we went on break on the human flight factor for the Zongo communities. Is the Zongo community losing his brightest, strongest and also talented human resource to other communities and also to other countries?
Yes, unfortunately, yes. It's a major problem in the Zongo community. Because of the structure of the Zongo community, once someone is a bit, let's say, moved from the lower class to the middle class or upper class, they wouldn't want to live in the Zongo community. No middle class or upper class would want to raise their family within the Zongo community because there are so many challenges within. So people tend to move out of the community. So it's a major challenge, but we can address it in the sense that if the society or the community invests in young people, even if you move out of the community, you will still come back to give back to the community. So you don't need to be staying or living in Zongo community to give back to Zongo community. Once you get the opportunity to live outside the community or abroad, whatever experiences you gather, you can bring it back to the community. Some of us have had to move at some point, but we still, have our projects and programs in the community. If you want to build world-class leaders from the Zongo community, you cannot build local champions. They cannot grow within the Zongo community and become world-class leaders. So even the software developers that we are training, we are giving them exposure to go out, to go and learn more, meet with some of the brightest minds, and then come back to give to the society. So unless we have, if you like, a program where we can get some of these young people to come back to give to the Zongo community, we'll still have some of these challenges. It is natural, human factor. Once you move from one level of to another level, you want to have like a comfortable life with your family.
So you don't see it as a deficit, you see it as an advantage?
It is an advantage if we manage it well. Okay, if we manage it well. It's just like, Africa as a whole is, facing this problem of brain drain, especially when it comes to software developers. But you need the experience from outside. You cannot stay in your small locality and become a world champion. You need to go out. But the point is, once you move out and you gain experience, the exposure, the resources, come back and give it to the society, give back to the society. So for now we can see it as a disadvantage, but if managed properly, you can turn it into an advantage.
You said something about how people don't have access to some resources and moving out, they just move on with their lives. But whose responsibility is it to develop the Zongo for people in there to say, yes, I've been given enough? Whose responsibility? Is it the state or is the people?
Developing a community or society is a shared responsibility. Like I said, historically, even from the colonial days, when the colonial authorities were designing development programs, the Zongos were left out because they were seen as aliens. So they didn't enjoy, social amenities, even hospitals, schools, and all this. These are responsibilities of the state, So it's difficult for you to thrive when the environment is not conducive. It's difficult for you to even get education, healthcare, and so on and so forth. So it is now the responsibility of governments to partner with other private sector players to develop some of these critical infrastructures. As a private citizen, you have your limits on what you can do. So the government must look at the housing structure. Let's take Nima and Mamobi for instance. The way we are living or staying in Nima Mamobe is not how we are supposed. Look, we are in the heart of Accra. The housing, problem where people don't even have toilets. Even the public toilets that we have is not enough to take care. This is 21st century. Every household must have its private toilet. So the government must come in to support some of these things. So the private citizen alone cannot transform. Government alone cannot. So it has to be shared responsibility, both government. That's why when Honorable Atachia was the Minister for Works and Housing, he even proposed that there's going to be some, housing, program for Nima, So they've acknowledged the fact that they need to step in. Because
it came with a heavy backlash, actually.
Exactly, because, people, in the first place, people didn't believe it. And, we didn't see anything, So you need to work with, private sector players. Nima Mamobi is, look, one of the challenges that we have, and I think we need to look at critically. Hernando de Soto, this Peruvian economist, wrote this book about the mystery of capital. Why capitalism, became successful in the West but not in developing countries. It's because we don't have titles to lands. Look at where Nima is situated. We are sitting on, if you like, a gold mine. Okay, but because most of the people there do not have titles to their land, so you have assets, you have possession, but you don't have documents to show, and you need some of these assets to be able to acquire capital to expand whatever you are doing. So where we are sitting is something that the government can look at it. Let's get title to everybody. There are people, a lot of people are owning their properties but no title. Let's get title to these lands. Let's use it, okay, as collateral to get capital and investment to transform the society.
If a survey is done right now in Nima and the people are asked, would you agree to move out of Nima to, let's say, Dodowa, and then Nima will be developed and probably return? Do you think more than 50% of the people will raise their hands and agree to
They don't need to move to Dodowa because of historical, reasons. They don't, the people of Nima or Zongo would not trust politicians to leave Nima and move. They will not. You don't need to move them. There are people who have shown interest, and even private individuals are changing, they are transforming their local, residences into even apartments. Okay, so start with those who are willing to transform. Let's see some, examples of what you are trying to do. We don't expect you to do it at a large scale. Start small. Let's see what you are doing, and then gradually using the local people, because the people have stakeholders that they can trust, the chiefs, the imams, they can trust, use them. But the politician will not be trusted, because politicians, successive governments have made so much promises and we don't see anything. So it will be difficult for a politician to be trusted on this
and
line.
Indeed, individuals are doing a lot for the Zongo communities. Even with the same Nima enclave, we have a lot of individuals who are doing a lot, like the Afro-Arab CEO who has built a park.
Exactly.
A lot of parks are being lost in the community.
Let me come in. You see, an entrepreneur like Alhaji Salam, chairman of Afro-Arab, is one person that needs government support, because one, he has a microfinance. When a lot of microfinance institutions were being collapsed because of so many reasons, their licenses being withdrawn, Afro-Arab was able to stand, and is providing lots of employment, lots of support to our market women especially. Now, this is a young man from the Zongo who is trying to do this, and he has built this institution over 10 years. He needs support, more injection of capital to be able to expand, give more young people the resources to be able to, because government alone cannot create jobs. We need to train more young entrepreneurs. So if somebody is doing something, is doing very well, we need to support him. So we need to identify people like Alhaji Abdul Salam. A lot of them are in the community. They are struggling on their own. He was able to build AstroTurf just behind his microfinance institution, and that place is being used for community activities. So somebody like this, when you give him more, he will do more. So we need, the government and other stakeholders to come in, because they will have that, the resources, the massive resources to inject in some of these things to be able to at least reduce the high unemployment rate, especially graduate unemployment rate. Because in the past, like you mentioned, the Zongo of yesterday, we didn't have lots of, graduates, even people with PhD and masters, we didn't have them, but now we have. We have lots of, even my mates, some of them are PhD holders and masters, they are lecturers, they are doctors, they are, we have every profession, you can get it in Zongo, but now they need the jobs, they need them, they need to use their skills. We need the support, intervention of the state to be able to, maximize some of these potentials.
And the support is what you are offering with the Zongovation Hub. Which year was it formed?
Zongovation Hub was formed in 2018. Like I mentioned, it started as a project under IYD. In my previous work, I was with the Ghana Embassy in Riyadh. So we cover UAE. So I was in Dubai when the ruler of Dubai launched the 1 Million Arab Coders Initiative. What their leaders are doing for them is to provide them with the opportunity, the platform, to be able to maximize their talents and potential. So because I've lived in the Arabs, I don't see any special traits in the Arabs. They are not more than us in terms of talents or so I thought that if their rulers can give them this platform, they want to create 1 million Arab coders, because that is where the world is going. The software is eating the world, literally, because everything runs on software, and you need young people to become the software developers. So if the Arabs are doing, why can't we do it? Sakawa started from the Zongo community. In fact, it's a Hausa word, Sakawa. So if these young people who started Sakawa did not have any formal training, in this internet, fraud or cyber fraud. If you give them the opportunity, they have their laptop, you create the environment, the ecosystem for them, they'll be able to use that, because software developers are one of the highest, paid, professionals in the world. And with software development, you are not restricted to your local community. You can work globally. Whatever a software developer in Silicon Valley, California is doing, if you are in Nima or Mamobi with your laptop and internet, you can as well do it. So we started Zongovation Hub. Our focus is that, look, for you to become competitive, you need competitive advantage. You cannot be competitive if there's no any competitive advantage. So we want technology to become our competitive advantage. When you want to become a lawyer, it can take you 4 years, 6 years, or doctor 6 years, 7 years. But if you want to become a software developer, with dedication and commitment and hard work, within 3 months you can start doing something. You can start building websites or mobile application. So if someone is going to university for 4 years and you start within 6 months, you can become a software developer. And there are so many platforms where you can become a freelancer, build applications for people. Look, in India, Bangalore, most of these applications built by US and international organizations are built by software developers in Bangalore, somewhere in a slum with just his laptop. We can do that in the Zongo community. Young people don't have the resources to buy laptops or data, internet, That's why Zongovation Hub, we created the space for them. Come to Zongovation Hub. You want to become a software developer. We have the platform, we have the internet, we have the laptops for you to be able to, realize your dream. That's why we have the Zongo Coders program. We believe that strongly, and we are pushing by 2030, the Zongo should be able to produce more software developers than any parts of the country.
Are you really from the Zongo?
Yes.
Well, this is very interesting, because if you are from the Zongo and you can do this and you have all this vision, and you are putting it into practice,
yes,
everybody else can do things.
Exactly. That is the point. You see, technology has made almost everybody equal. It has democratized success. If you look, a Zongo person can become mention any profession, a doctor, a lawyer, anything. They need the platform. They need a platform, because the challenges of the Zongo community, there are people that we provide food, transportation, because even for a person to leave their house to come for training, you need to support them. That is why we engage with stakeholders. We will raise the resources and make sure that we make it available to them. We tell them every day that, look, you can do it. And that's why we want those who have become successful from the Zongo community to keep coming back. Let's see. Look, you were from the Zongo. You were born and bred from the Zongo. If you're able to do this, then your brother or sister can as well do it.
Is the plan working?
So far, it's working.
It's working. We'll talk about some of your successes right after this break. This is a lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back. Welcome back from the break. This is the lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe. Our guest is Mahmoud Jaja. He's the CEO of Zongovation Hub. We're having an interesting conversation on Zongo development and how the Zongo has no excuse to say it can't develop and it can't be better. So you are helping the Zongo to be better with Zongovation Hub. We're talking about what you're doing with the Zongo Coders program and also other programs that you're working on. How successful is it since 2018 when you started? Yeah,
so like I mentioned before the break, so far so good. It's not working the way we expected it to work, because it takes two to tango. We provide a platform, the opportunity, but you need young, committed people to be able to go through the program. When we started with about 160 young people, trainees at a go. Along the line, we realized that some were dropping off. So we decided to tweak the program. So now we have full-time programmers that if you know that this is what you want to do in life, Then you are going to dedicate yourself for 6 months to go through the program. And since we started, we're able to get young programmers. We are also in partnership with the Ghana Tech Lab through the Base Innovation Program sponsored by the MasterCard Foundation and the World Bank. So we're able to train young people in software development, which is mobile app development, website development, and then recently we did data science and analytics program. Some of them are working in other software development companies. Some of them are freelancers. Currently, we are putting together the Zongo Developers Forum. The Zongo Developer Forum is bringing all developers from the Zongo community together on the same platform. We want to create something like Andela. Andela is a platform where you go and then you see software developers, verified ones with world-class skills. So we want to create something for the Zongo community, not just our trainees, but any software developer in the Zongo community. So if you go to that platform, you see the skills they have, because we realize that we train them and everybody is doing their own thing, and it's difficult for us to bring them together. So through this platform, we are bringing all of them together. So far, about 100 people have applied.
Okay.
About 80% of them are like our former, students who are doing their own thing. So they are coming together on that platform.
So you're going to link them to jobs.
So we are, exactly, that's what we are going to do. We are creating a website to put them on the website with their skills and everything. So for instance, if GhanaWeb is looking for developers to develop a particular application, you go there, you look at their skills, and then you pick them. They can be freelance, or they can just come and support GhanaWeb. So that is what we are bringing them together.
Is there one for Ghana? I mean, the country, maybe?
For Ghana, no. I'm not aware of. So I know of private initiatives, like I mentioned, Andela. Andela is one such. It's a global company. Yeah, but our focus is we don't have one for Ghana, but we are trying to create one for the Zongo community, because we believe that we've trained enough. So far, we've trained more than 200 software developers from Zongo Vision Hub with the little resources that we have.
Yes.
So we want to bring them together. Like I mentioned earlier, software is eating the world. Everything is going to run on application, and young people are the ones who are going to develop this application. Look, there's a Google report, Google and McKinsey, I think, came out with this Africa Developer Report, that the entire Africa, we have about 700,000 software developers. The state of California alone has more than 700,000. So if the state of California alone has more than 700,000 developers, and the entire Africa, the developers in Ghana is not even up to 20,000. Kenya, Nigeria, Egypt, South Africa are the leading countries with software developers. And there's the need for us to develop, because the African digital economy is going to be massive, and software developers are the ones who are going to turn this economy around. So that's why we are thinking ahead. We make sure that, look, let's create an advantage in this area. Once we've started training these young people, let's create a platform for them, not just in Ghana, across Africa or across the world. If anyone is looking for software developers in Africa, you go to the platform, you see our young people who have the skills. Because if somebody can build application through, let's say, Python, computer programming, or JavaScript, if you go there, you see their skills. When it comes to software development, it's not about your certificate.
Yes.
What have you built with your skills and knowledge?
So you don't take people in based on their certificates?
Not at all. If you can read and write, if you can, because young kids as young as 5-6 years are learning programming. Even in Kenya now, programming is part of the curriculum. Okay, so we don't need any certification. Once you can read and write, you can learn to become a programmer. You can start from HTML, CSS, JavaScript, move. If you want to build powerful applications with Python programming languages, you can move. And data science. Now, almost everything is also being moved by data science, machine learning, artificial intelligence. How are we preparing the next generation of leaders in this space? That is our focus.
Artificial intelligence?
Yes, we just finished data science and analytics program with the Ghana Tech Lab. They are going through incubation. We are teaching them, because these are the technology of the future. Facial recognition, all this security, that is, we are establishing that lab where young people can have that full package of technology.
I'm sure those listening would be wondering, maybe they are not from Zongo. Can they also come on? You don't have to show. Is there any card you ask for to show that the person is really from Zongo?
So for us, the definition of Zongo by Zongovation Hub is anybody who is disadvantaged.
Okay.
Whether Muslim or Christian, once you are disadvantaged, you are not from the East Lagons, you are not from the cantonments, where they have resources to be able to go through some of these programs, because it's expensive to become a data scientist or a machine learning engineer. But if you are from a disadvantaged society, because the Zongo belongs to anybody who lives in the Zongo, you can walk in. I can say about 50% of our students are non-Muslims. You know, it's open to any disadvantaged person.
And it's free.
And it's free. Because we don't want you to have an excuse. Because when you start to take money, these people are from, you know, deprived backgrounds. So how do you expect them to get the money to pay for a 6-month program? And like I mentioned, there are people that we feed. There are people that are coming from far places that we have to provide, you know, transportation. You know, so what we do is we engage with stakeholders, you know, the government, the private sector, raise the resources, the funding to support these young people.
You don't need a laptop. You don't need to pay.
We have our we have our ICT lab fully equipped with computers. We have laptops. Recently, we're giving laptops by Ghana Tech Lab through the partnership that we have with them, and even the Ministry of Communication and Digitalization through the Ghana Fund for Digital, you know, Information Technology. They provided us with some computers. So we are still, you know, getting support, because for individual in the Zongo community, it may be difficult for you to even acquire a laptop. In the first place, people would not even, some of them is difficult for them because of the lack of credibility, you know. But as an institution, we're able to get these resources, bring it. We have our place. Everything is free. You have internet, you have computers, you have everything.
Where can we find the Zongovation Hub?
Zongovation Hub is near the National Mosque at Kanda. We share the same building with the Community Youth Cultural Center. So those who are familiar with 37 Military Hospital, just behind the hospital, there's this basketball court. That's where Zongovation Hub is.
So they can just walk in and then you show them the programs.
So usually what we do is we advertise our programs. Currently, we are running the Zongo Coders program. They are about to finish. So it means we are coming out with a new program, especially for secondary school leavers. They are going to be in the house. So we are coming out with a program to engage them. And then we're also doing an incubation program for data science and analytics program. We also have the Zongo Shark Tank, you know, because we realize that not everybody can become a technology entrepreneur or professional. There are people with ideas that they want to start their own businesses. So Zongo Shark Tank, you come and pitch your ideas in front of judges, panel of judges, and then if you are fortunate enough to answer their questions and you are selected, we'll give you 10,000 Ghana cedis grants, free money, to implement your ideas. That is one of the things we need to do to build the ecosystem. We need to give young people free money, in quotes, to test their ideas, because the likes of Silicon Valley and London, this is how they started, with this support from venture capitals. So that's what Zongo Shark Tank is doing. And we also give you technical support, because you need accounting support, you need, you know, legal support to be able to run some of these businesses. So currently these are the programs we are running.
So the other issue is, how do you follow these people who have graduated from your programs to see if indeed they are practicing what they've been taught, or they are just at home doing nothing?
So that is why we recently launched the Zongo Data Lab project. We have an in-house data scientist at Zongovation Hub. The Zongo Data Lab is collecting data about Zongo communities. We want everything, because we are data driven. Everybody that passes through the organization will have data on the person, and will know what the person is doing. When we started, because we didn't have a data scientist, we were able to miss some of these things. But since last year, we started collecting data. So once you come into our space, it's going to be a long-term partnership, because we want to see you succeed, and we want to create a platform, because we also have opportunities from companies that are looking for young people to do internship. So once you are within that Zongovation Hub network, we'll be able to link you up. So we monitor their progress. If they have challenges, they come to us, the space is open for every young person.
Besides Accra, is Zongovation Hub anywhere else in Ghana?
Unfortunately, for now, we are based in Accra, but the target is, you know, all national, all Zongos. But our space is only in Accra. We are thinking of getting a new space in Kumasi very soon, but it all boils down to resources. Once we are able to, yes, exactly. Once we get the resources, we will be able to. We have online programs, but like I mentioned, the challenges. You know, people don't have laptops, they don't have internet. So even if you have an online program, it's difficult for them. You know, so that's why we want the space, the physical space where they can walk into. So we are looking at expanding, but for now we are based in Accra.
With all these beautiful ideas and also beautiful projects that you've already implemented for some years now, how do you see the Zongo in the next 10 years?
So in the next 10 years, or we can even break it down to next 8 years, which is by 2030, the end of the Sustainable Development Goals, we want to see a lot of improvements. On our part, we want to focus on human resource. You know, there are, if you go on social media, almost every month you see one Zongo boy or girl, you know, excelling in their own field, their choosing endeavor. So by 2030, inshallah, we want to see more young people doing so well. But more important and critically, we want them to come back and give back to the society. So at Zongovation Hub, we tell you that we are training you for free. We want you to go out there to succeed. But when you succeed, come back and give back to the society. Either it can be through Zongovation Hub or it can be through other means, because Zongovation Hub alone cannot solve all our problems. We need so many organizations to be able to help solve. So we want, by 2030, inshallah, we want to see a lot of young people doing so well. But more importantly, we want the Zongo communities to become the tech hub of Africa, where if you are looking for somebody to develop your app or your website or build any, you know, software, you know, system, you look to the Zongos. Because over the years, the image, you know, has not been good. We want that to change.
There's always that ripple effect where when you train one person from a poor family, if the person becomes successful, the rest of the generation benefits. Because the person now has an insight into what works and what doesn't work, how to get out of poverty. And then he feeds a lot more.
The light you see is the light you appreciate. You know, when Kudus scored, Mohamed Kudus,
the Black Stars
player from Nima, playing for Ajax against Liverpool, when he scored a goal, there was a video, I saw it on GhanaWeb, where young footballers from Right to Dream Academy were watching the football. Mohamed Kudus passed through Right to Dream Academy. He went through the ranks, and now he's an international star. So when he scored the goal, they were so excited and they were happy. So they were motivated. This was a guy born and bred in a Zongo community, went through Right to Dream Academy, playing at the like the highest level of international football, scoring. So it gives them that motivation. You know, in Talent Code, there's a book called Talent Code. There was a research about why Brazil, you know, was producing a lot of football. It's the environment. You know, they see young Brazilians excelling at the international level. So if we are able to create software developers, world-class software developers from the Zongo community, to show the younger ones that, look, this guy was born and bred here. You know, we were with him. Look at where he is. He's building this for Google, for Microsoft, for Facebook. You can do it. It motivates them. It pushes them to be able to do something.
Now, about that, do we have a lot of Zongo people who have made it up there, and a lot of young people should look up to them?
So we are getting there. For now, I don't have the statistics. I don't have the data. But like I mentioned, by 2030, inshallah, 8 years from now, we should have world-class developers working with some of these international companies. That is why, from your previous question about brain drain, if you are building world-class developers, you don't want them to remain in the same community. They need to go to the Googles, the Facebook, the Twitter, you know, shoulder to shoulder with some of these world-class developers, and then we can use them as an example, you know, to show to the younger ones that, look, this guy was born here, look at where he is, you can do it. So I believe that inshallah by 2030 we'll get there. We'll have a lot of them, inshallah.
Away from development, which other areas is the Zongo community doing so well in terms of the youth and those who are helping give back? If you can mention a few who are doing so well in the communities.
So for individual, there are individuals who are doing so well. There's Zongo Inspiration Team, you know, which is even currently running a quiz competition in the community. You know, like I mentioned, education. These young people are given the platform that they see this science and maths quiz on TV, and they started from this, you know, ZIT's program. So they aim high. They want to always push. So these organizations are giving them the platform. So ZIT, led by Alhaji Rabi Umode, they are doing very well in terms of education, because now after the program they give scholarships. So these young people always aiming high. They want to get there. There's Achievers Ghana. Achievers Ghana is also from Mamubi, where young, especially they are focusing on girls. You know, we also had a program about girls, because in the Zongo community, because it's more or less like a conservative society, women are usually, you know, they don't get the push. You know. So Achievers Ghana, for instance, Amadou Mohammed and his team, they are trying to get young people, you know, so they also have young people even in IoT, Internet of Things, you know, coders and all this thing. They are doing extremely well. So there are other individuals who are also, you know, pushing hard. You know, we have Ijara is also pushing hard, and then even Success Book Club, Mazi Okoro and his team, you know, they were through Success Book Club. A lot of young people are now even studying abroad. Some of them are doing their masters, some of them are doing their PhD program because of the environment that they have. You know, we compete, you know, with each other. That look, I want to get here, I want to get there. Almost, you know, half of members of Success Book Club are now into various programs. So these are young people who are doing well. But although we are doing well, the sad part is that all these are in Accra. You know, all these are in Accra. So I always get the question, when are you moving out of Accra? When are you moving out of Accra? And I keep telling them, is there resources? The young people in Accra are doing this by themselves. We are pushing. Those of you from the other regions, do with the little that you have. You know, we can't feed everybody. And like Mother Teresa said, if you can't feed 100 people, just feed one person. Okay? But the others can also do something. That's why we need the intervention of institutions like the Zongo Development Fund, because they have the resources and they can scale some of these initiatives. At least we have proven that giving additional resources, we can scale these programs up. So we need them to come in to expand the programs.
Definitely, the Zongo of yesterday is not the Zongo of today.
Absolutely not.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Hope to see you again with some more successes from the Zongovation Hub.
Thank you very much.
This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. We had a very interesting and exciting discussion on the Zongo development agenda. My name is Ismail Akwe. Watch us every Monday on all of GhanaWeb's digital channels. Be safe.
Her sad story is she has 3 kids. The husband left her. She sold a car, bought the land, and now she doesn't even have a quarter of that land where she will lay her head.
Litigations leading to violent clashes. Land issues in Ghana over the past few years have taken a different turn. In the Greater Accra municipality, it is worse, with multiple sales of land and other forms of litigations. Today, we are in Amomole in the Ghanaian municipality, where several landowners are on the verge of losing their lands to incidents of multiple land sales. We speak to them today on Say It Loud. My name is George AC. We'll be right back. Welcome back from the break. Today we are in the Ghanaian municipality, Amomole to be precise, and I'm joined by 3 gentlemen who have lost their lands or are on the verge of losing their lands to this issue of multiple land sales. I have joining me Mr.
Edward Dante.
And then say your name.
Reverend Jonathan Upon.
Your name, sir?
William Mother.
Welcome to Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV, and we would like to start off with how we got here in each of your situation. Mr. Edward, please tell us, how did you get into this situation?
Actually, for some time now, okay, I received a call from one of my caretakers. I actually had a poultry farm on this said land that we are disputing on. I had a poultry farm, I had 2 structures, buildings, I had a fish pond. Then I also had 2 containers erected right in front of the land. But the land was purchased by one of my brothers, that is Mr. William Odoi, who is also here. Okay, and we've been farming on the land, we've been doing poultry. I had a call from my caretaker that one Mr. Oshipi, Oshipi came with some group of people to pick the land. I confronted him and he was like, they've given the land to somebody. Meanwhile, they are the same people who gave us the land. When I say they are the same people, we bought the land from a chief, but because a chief don't move to lands, okay, to show you where you are, he has his boys on the land. Okay, so they are the same people we met and they gave us the place. We actually bought 2 plots, and when we were not weren't available, they actually sold one and called and told us they were going to do a replacement. That hasn't come, and this is the second time they come to take the second land which we are operating on. So I confronted him and they left. I had a call again a few days later, and I came back to meet him, that same Mr. Oshipi, with another person, and I tried to explain to whoever that person was that the place belonged to me. Okay, and on the 3rd time there was a different group who told me they actually heard there's a land for sale there and they've come to check. Then later I realized they called me. I gave my number to them, I made them understand it's for me. They called me back and told me that the one who actually wants to buy the land, okay, from Oshipi, that group, is on the land. Okay. So I was happy to go meet him.
Not to cut you off, but because of time, we need to brief about it. So the issue is you bought your land from some people.
Yes.
Who are which jurisdiction are they from?
They are from the Ablikuma
traditional council.
Yeah, the traditional palace. That is Nilabi Mensah's palace.
Okay.
But unfortunately, Nilabi Mensah is dead now, and after his death, that is when this issue started.
Okay. But do you have documentations on this land?
Yes, we have everything, and it's even under registration. Okay, that's the level we are now. It's even under registration.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what has happened to the land now? Like you said, they have come to
They came to demolish everything we had on the land. So we reported the issue to the police station, and the police hasn't taken any action. Talking of the Amasamai police station.
We'll come to the police bit, but what is happening on the land at this moment?
They are building. They erected a wall, and they come there on Sundays to build. Okay, we've tackled every jurisdiction we have to go to for things to be brought to book, but they are still, as I speak to you now, they are there building.
Okay, then let me speak to Reverend and find out his situation. Reverend, how about you? How did you get here?
Okay, as I said, my name is Reverend Jonathan Opon of the United Pentecostal Church. Amomole is one of the branch churches of the United Pentecostal Church in Ghana here, and I happen to be the branch pastor. Around April, we were there and we realized, I had a call that some people have broke through our wall and they've entered in and they are walking around. So what happened was I had to call one of my deacons to find out what was going on. So he went there and happened that truly what I heard was true. They've broken the wall and they have come to pick, that is, one plot out of the whole land, and they've started erecting wall. So we sent the matter to Pokwasi police station, and we had the soldiers coming in to stop them. After which then we realized that they are still what we call constructing. Recently we realized they have now building what we call security post. When they came, we had a structure on the land. They have cleared out the structure and also broke through. But I also believe, Ranton, that according to Ghana law, if somebody be on the land for at least 12 years, you have no right to come and just break through and come and take possession. So I am appealing to authorities to help us in that direction to get us back our land.
Okay. Talking about appealing to authorities, we know this is Amomole and there is a chief here. We will speak to you about how far you've gotten to in getting your issues addressed. But let me speak to Mr. Willie as well. Mr. Willie, how has this whole issue of multiple land sales and land grabbing essentially, how has it affected you?
Like he complained, I'm going through the same thing. As we speak, they are on my land. Now as we sit, they are on my land. A land I purchased way back in, I think, 2002. Way back, and occupied till now. Somebody has come, cleared everything on the land, and is developing. I wonder, this is our country, Ghana. What is going on? It's been reported to the police. The police are in the know. They have done nothing. And I just wonder how our country is going. What is going on? Somebody just wakes up and breaks into somebody's, like he complained, a church. They go there, they break the wall. And I wonder what is happening to our country. Come on. Let's wake up. We are Ghanaians. Let's just wake up. I am suffering the same thing. My land has been developed by somebody who doesn't have documentation. He hasn't presented anything. He thinks that, yes, this land he must sell. So he sold to somebody and it needs to be developed. And he's developing. I wonder. I mean, well, then if this goes on, then I need to take somebody's land and also develop it. That is what is. We are getting into the animal kingdom. That is what we are getting to now. It's a country with constitution. Come on, let's wake up. And you see, there are people sitting down and watching this go on because it is not them. So yes, it is fine. They should move on.
Okay. You talk about the fact that there's a constitution and there's a law. So we'll speak about how you've tried to get these issues resolved. Pastor, how about for you, how have you tried to get this issue resolved using the law?
Okay, as a matter of fact, when the matter happened, we came to see the chief. Komi, and he's working around the clock to help the situation.
But for now, are you able to go to the land, Mr. Willie? I'll ask you, are you able to access the land? Because, I mean, we've come and you are talking about land. Ordinarily, we would have to go and see the land. But are you able to go to the land?
No. No. The authority that has taken over the land, that authority is ruling the land. That is the only problem. I have a land, I have my documentation, and I can't go to the land.
So right now, as we sit here, if you get up right now and you say you are going to the land, what do you expect to happen?
We can go there so the cameras can record. You can see what happens there. I have reported to the central. I have gone to the headquarters. I have reported to Amasaman, to Pokwase, and then the police station. Where's the place? Yes, the police station there. There's a police station almost close to the land. I have reported there. I have done all that is needed to do when you talk about authority. Nobody seems to be able to do nothing. Somebody has woken up. He calls himself Ushipi. I wonder which Ushipi it is, and I wonder which chief is carrying that Ushipi as his lord. I wonder. He wakes up and has authority to take somebody's land and sell. And there are chiefs in Ghana.
Okay, that's Mr. Willie. But Zanti, for you getting this issue resolved, or even before we come to that, how much is this costing you in terms of finance, in terms of drain on your stress and all that? How much is this costing you?
I wouldn't quote anything less than 800,000 cedis. Yeah, because comparing what we did then, the amount we used then to today, it will even be over that. When you wake up in the morning, you are just so traumatized to the extent that you can't find your way around anything you're doing. You get it? You have to go to the police station. You have to be thinking of who to speak to, who is going to listen to you, who is going to move with you. And it's all finance. I'll be honest what I'm saying. It's just weighing me down. That's the honest truth. It's just weighing me down.
Let me ask Reverend, for you as a man of God, you preach peace, and obviously this kind of things goes way contrary to the peace that you preach. Looking at how the issue of land sales and land dispute is growing in this country, what do you envisage is going to happen in the future if, as a country, we are not able to deal with this matter?
As a country, if we don't deal with this matter properly, then very soon we are going to end up into the animal kingdom, where anybody that has strength can just pounce on anybody. Then obviously there's going to be war. Why? Now, if I come for your land and you also think you have a way to come for somebody's land, then it begins to move that way. Then there's not going to be peace among us. And when there is no peace, there can't be development. Then obviously the country is shifting into another third world war. And obviously this will not be a very good place for us to live. And that is why when it happened, I told my members they should hold on. Let's take it through the appropriate channel. We could have done same by going to break it down, but then I believe in peace, and that is why today we've waited to this time for you coming in to hear us.
I asked Mr. Edward about how it is affecting him in terms of finances and all that. How is this issue affecting you and your church?
Same. As a matter of fact, people believe church has money, but it's not all church. We have money though, but then if money is to be raised, envisaging we are doing project and thing, and later on for something to happen and now you are channeling your money in fighting something you already have, obviously it looks like you are going back. You cannot make progress in ministry. So this is affecting the church, myself, and the organization as a whole.
So Willie, you are at a point where you feel like your land is almost lost. How far are you willing to go to get back your land?
I wish I could answer this. I have already explored every available service, because I have gone to every other police station, reported. I have done it all, accused everybody, visited every chief's palace, done every of the press conferences, done, and one OCP has that authority. I just wonder, expenses, I don't even want to go there. Will you spend as much as everything, and still OCP is standing on the land? He is authority. He doesn't respect anything. He doesn't see anybody. Please, this is our country. I would just plead with everybody else. If we say we have a law, let it work. Let the law just work. Let's all respect ourselves and do the right thing. Because if we don't do that, today it is me. You don't know about you tomorrow. Because if you also talk about this and it doesn't work, then it means that somebody can do it to you. And we should just then be ready. Because somebody is also watching and will do the same thing to the next person. Me, if somebody does it to me and nothing is done, I am ready. I would also do it to somebody. I will do it to somebody. Yes.
We are wrapping up. So, if you are to say your last words, what would be your last words?
Okay, honestly, I'll begin this way as I sit now. That's what is running into my mind, to also organize myself, get some group of people who knows the story. I mean, some macho men, and also come to the land and battle up with them. Okay, that is what is running through my mind now, because the pain is too much. I don't even sleep. Talking to my people, I'll just call on the government. I mean the security administration. Make them understand. Make them understand that this is what is happening in Amomole, Canada Junction, and I'm not the only person. A lot of people in the area knows me to be a broadcast journalist, and when this issue started, I've had more than 20 people walking to my house to tell me, so what am I doing about it? Am I not organizing a press conference? Am I not saying anything about it? You get it?
All these 20 people you are talking about have also suffered this.
Yes. Somebody, I can testify of a woman. More than that woman. It's about 25 people. But with this woman, her sad stories, she has 3 kids. The husband left her. She sold a car, bought the land, and now she doesn't even have a quarter of that land where she will lay her head. I have their contacts. There's another sad story of another lady whose husband sent money. They bought 2 plots, built on one and using one for farming just in front of the house. They came and walled it. You understand? And I can go on and on. There is this man who bought it around 2009 that way. Filled his land, it was a valley, filled it, bought 2,000 blocks on the land, fenced it, and now it's been broken into and they are developing. And he has also gone to the police station just as we've done. You see? So they resorted to coming to see me so we could organize a press conference against these people. We've gone wherever we have to go. So it's more like somebody just taking you for a ride. Okay? Some of us are also coming from places. But just that because we respect the law, we are mute. But as I speak to you now, that is what is running through my mind.
So the issue of land grabbing, multiple land sales is happening, and here in Amomole, in the Ghanaian municipality, this is the situation for a lot of landowners here who are almost about losing their lands. They allege that this is being undertaken by some people from the Ablekuma Traditional Council. But then we are going to try to find out from the custodian of the land here, the chief of Amomole, Nikome himself, why this is happening under his watch. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. The show is still Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George AEC. I am currently in the palace of Amomole, the Amomole chief, Nikome II, and I speak to him about the concerns raised by some of these landowners and residents of his jurisdiction. Ni, welcome.
Thank you, my lord.
I would first of all begin with a very sensitive question. Do you do double land sales as the chief of Amomole?
Not at all, and I really don't like doing such things. Yes.
Has the situation of some people in your jurisdiction being pushed away or being evicted from their lands come to your attention?
Yes, that is the problem at stake now. Land being acquired by dwellers way back since in the 19-something order has now been reselling by some group of people claiming they come from Ablekuma. But meanwhile, this place is called Amomole. And as Ga people, we know where our clans are from. So I knew that I come from an Asne, and where I am is an Asne land. So I'm wondering why the Ablekuma people who are not part of the Asnes but are Sempe people will come to Amomole Ayawaso to come and claim land that it belongs to them. Meanwhile, they knew that the land does not fall in their jurisdiction at all. So this has brought so many disturbances within the area. And we, as a people, we cannot take the law into our hands. So we took some of these people to court, and the court is yet to determine or adjudicate upon the case. But we filed an injunction so that there will be peace in the neighborhood. After the case is done, then whoever wins the verdict will go for his land. But these people are going around, entering into people's house, churches, and industries to retake their land, especially the churches. You know, they don't work on weekdays. So when the people see that a certain church is here, there's a portion of land lying by the church, and Mondays the church people doesn't come to church, then they enter and then they start working on it. You report this to the police and everywhere, but nothing will be done about it. And as I knew that matters are in a court, I must wait for the verdict of the court. But as I'm saying, what they are doing is very, very risky, because somebody who doesn't have the heart to wait till the verdict of the court and you have entered into his house, he might end up bringing violence and killing people and all that. And we knew that these people, they know the land doesn't belong to them, so they have prepared themselves with their arms and all that. In the night, they will start shooting all over this town and then be working on a certain lands, so that would deter anybody from coming to question them about whatever they are doing.
You are a traditional leader. You are part of the Greater Accra Traditional Council. For years now, if I'm not wrong, the Greater Accra municipality or region has become notoriously known for these issues of double land sales and all that. How did we get here?
In fact, the poverty in Africa is affecting our brains and our everything. That because of somebody's deliberate, something that is not lawful, is not right, he will go and do it. Because as I'm saying, they sell the lands to other people. And those other people, they too, they have eyes to see that somebody's house is lying on the land. But yet still, they still buy. You go there and stop them with the police. They will show them every document that when you are working is for somebody. But still, the person will continue to work. So I don't only blame the chiefs, but I blame the buyers too. Because you have to make your feasibility search on the land before you acquire it. If not, after somebody confronts you on your land, you must be careful to find out what is the matter. But people in their mind, oh, I have to be strong, I have to be strong. Oh, then they are doing it. If I ask my people to go and stop them right now, they might end up killing somebody, and that they will mention my town's name and my name. So with that, I plead with the stake authorities, with the stakeholders, with our police and national securities to intervene into these matters. Always when something is going on in Ghana, people want disaster to happen before they take it serious. We've been writing petitions and petitions to the police, to the higher police headquarters, to everywhere, but nothing has been done about this very issue. And we can't take the law into our hands. But we know that Ghana law works unless they don't want to. Either than that, the langas are not stronger than the police. The langas are not equipped than the police. But you go to the police and later you see nothing going on. So we are worried. In fact, we are worried. Me as a chief, moving from my house to town, I have to be careful because there are some people around aiming to kill me, thinking that after I die, they can be able to take the land because I have taken them to court. And all this, we don't have to wait till something happen before we intervene. So I am pleading to the leaders of this country to do something about this our issue.
So for Ni Komi, the second of Amamole, he awaits the verdict which comes in 2 days and hopes that that will bring an end to the continuous issue of double land sales that some residents in his jurisdiction are suffering. But then all across the capital of the country and some parts of the country, this is a very an issue that has become very rampant, and it is hoped that authorities will step in and make sure that the right things and the right laws are applied. This has been another episode of Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George AC, and until we meet for our next episode, it's bye for now.
To give us a remark.
Thank you. Your Excellency Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Your Royal Majesty Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II Asante-Hene, Your Lordship Justice Enim Yeboah, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana, Nananom, members of the Council of State, the Honorable Ashanti Regional Minister, honorable members of Parliament, members of the judiciary, the clergy, the regional chief imam, honorable metropolitan, municipal and district chief executive, coordinating directors, heads of decentralized department, the media, ladies and gentlemen. I am extremely happy as I stand in for the Honorable Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development, His Honor Daniel Boche, the MP for Okere, to be part of this historic occasion to officially hand over and commission the Court of Appeal Residential Complex here at Jemi in Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly. Indeed, the provision of this ultramodern edifice is in line with Section 12(3)(h) of the Local Governance Act 2016 Act 936, which stipulates that a district assembly shall ensure a ready access to courts in the district for promotion of justice. Your Excellency, as part of effort to achieve the provisions of the Act, the Judicial Council in January 2019 appealed to the Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development to request regional ministers, metropolitan, municipal and district chief executives to take steps to comply with the statutory obligations towards the promotion of justice by constructing courthouses and residential accommodation for the judges and magistrates in all regions of Ghana, particularly the 6 newly created regions. Your Excellency, following this request and consistent with the vision of Mr. President, the former Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development, Honor Hajia Ali Mama, initiated consultations and discussions with the then Chief Justice, Her Ladyship Sophia Akufu, and continued by the current Chief Justice, His Lordship Justice Enim Yabua, and the Administrator of the District Assembly Common Fund, Mrs. Arinato Shilati. Subsequently, the ministry initiated and facilitated the construction of 130 number courthouses, including 10 number 2-story double court buildings and 120 number residential accommodation for judges and magistrates across the country. Your Excellency, it is generally believed that justice delayed is justice denied. However, despite the importance of this moral precept, the ministry and the District Assembly Common Fund realize that the administration of justice across the country is seriously constrained by the paucity of judicial infrastructure, particularly courthouses and bungalows in many district assemblies across the length and breadth of our dear country. It is with a view to reverse this situation that the ministry saw the need to urgently provide the district assemblies with this infrastructure as part of efforts by government to expand the frontiers of justice and democracy in our dear country, thereby contributing to deepening decentralization in Ghana. In this regard, court cases can be dispensed with more expeditiously as justice will be administered at the doorsteps of the local people. Your Excellency, this project, which is seeing its colorful handing over and commissioning today, is aimed at providing permanent residential accommodation to the appeal court judges in the middle and the northern sectors of the country, and it comprised 20 number 2-story bungalows with another attached clubhouse, a guest house, a tennis court, a swimming pool, as well as a 2 number 3-story buildings which seeks to provide additional 6 flats for the other judges. Your Excellency, the Ministry and the District Assembly Common Fund would like to express our profound gratitude to His Royal in this prime area of Kumasi Metropolis to support this project at 0 cost to the state. Your Excellency, at 0 cost to the state. Otumfuo, Yamau, Ayiko, Ohene, Ghanama, Edawasi. Your Excellency, as indicated earlier, apart from this edifice, the Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development is also delivering additional 120 bungalows as flats to judges and another 130 normal courthouses nationwide to support your vision of enhancing the image of the judicial system in the country. I am happy, Your Excellency, to report that about 70% of this project have been completed and ready to be handed over for commissioning. The remaining 30% are at various stages of completion and will be ready for commission within the first quarter of next year. Mr. President, it is important to note that the Judicial Service has never seen such a huge promotion and investment of this nature since Gagisberg's time. I am humbly, therefore, urge His Lordship, the Chief Justice, to hold himself in readiness to take over this project and to post judicial personnel to start using these facilities for the benefit of Ghanaians. In conclusion, Mr. President, it is my greatest pleasure, and on behalf of the Honorable Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development, His Honor Daniel Bochi, the entire ministry, the Office of the Administrator of Common Fund,
This is the state of our land and water bodies, our environment. We did this. Decades of impunity and disregard for the law have resulted in this. The war against illegal mining has been fought and lost since the 1970s. And we all must take the fall for it. As a people, our lack of collective commitment has been a bane to the fight against illegal mining. For decades, successive governments' efforts have been thwarted by the very people expected to be at the forefront of the fight. The destruction to our water bodies and degradation of our land did not start today or recent years. Galamsey has remained prevalent with efforts devoted to countering the practice hampered by several key factors. River and Cobra, Prim, Offing, Bia, Bonsa, Tano, hitherto surrounded.
Your Excellency, I will request humbly to stand on the existing protocol and to proceed to deliver a very brief comment from the parliamentary group. I stand before you to speak on behalf of the Parliamentary Select Committee on Local Government and Rural Development, and also representing the leader of Parliament and our deputy speakers, and also the leadership of two important committees of Parliament, the Judicial Committee and receive overwhelming and endorsement from the Local Government Committee of Parliament when the Administrator of District Assembly Common Fund submitted the proposal for consideration by the committee before the Parliament Committee of the Whole. Mr. President, I'm happy to report that when the Committee of the Whole sat to deliberate on the approval for this important project, Mr. President, the usual partisan nature that sometimes characterize our debates and deliberations did not appear at all when we were considering this particular project. And Mr. President, if you look around, the members from both houses, the majority, the majority, minority, are all present to witness this commissioning. And this is a very, very important point that I want everybody here to understand, that Parliament will always continue to support the judiciary to deliver. Mr. President, in our respective views, it's a laudable collaboration between the executive and the judiciary, acting through the Ministry of Local Government and Decentralization, and Rural Development and the District Assembly Common Fund that has brought to fruition this important project. I must make the point that, as it has been said already, that this is not just the project that the Common Fund is supporting. There are other bungalows and other court buildings spread across districts, municipal assemblies, which the committee has visited some of the projects. And I can say that the quality of work that has been done is very, very, very impressive. While commending your good self, Your Excellency the President, for the vision and passion for the support for the judiciary, we must also give compliment to the Administrator of the District Assembly Common Fund, Mrs. Natoshi Adulati, and her outfit for ably steering the process to deliver such a beautiful edifice within a record time. Mr. President, to the Honorable Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development, we say Aiko for supporting the project. To my fellow committee members, I applaud your commitment and support. And also to the contractor, when you visited the site, the work that was being done, you were very sure that within record time, as we are witnessing today, they will deliver this quality work to the judicial service. On this memorable occasion, may I assure the Honorable Chief Justice and the judiciary of the committee's avowed commitment and support in any future endeavor. Lordship, we are aware that this is not the only challenge. There are other regions that also need this kind of support. And the committee, the Parliament, and the District Assembly Common Fund, we are ready if such proposals come before us. I would like to conclude by wishing the Honorable Chief Justice, the judiciary, all the best in the years ahead. May the favor of God be with us all. Thank you all for the attention and the opportunity. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. The Chairman of the Parliamentary Select Committee on Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development, Honorable Akwasi Jemfi, thank you so much. I'd like to invite the Attorney General, Lawyer Godfrey Dami, to also give us a brief remark. Shall we welcome the Attorney General and the Minister of Justice?
His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nadu Dankwa Akufo-Addo, His Royal Majesty, the 16th Asantehene, Otumfuo Sedutu II, the Honorable Chief Justice of the Republic, my Lord Justice Eni Yeboah, Her Ladyship Sophia Akufo, former Chief Justice of Ghana, Justice of the Supreme Court of Ghana, Justice of the Superior Court of Judicature here in Gadet, Honorable Ministers of State and Deputy Ministers of State, the Honorable First Deputy Speaker of Parliament, and Honorable Second Deputy Speaker of Parliament, the Ashanti Regional Minister, our host, Deputy Attorney General and Deputy Minister for Justice, Alfred Tuya Yeboah, the distinguished Administrator of the District Assembly's Common Fund, and indeed it should be appropriate for me to call her our benefactor, members of the Judicial Council, President of the Ghana Bar Association, Mr. Champon Boafo, members of the Ghana Bar Association, members of the clergy, and the Ashanti Chief Imam, friends of the media, ladies and gentlemen. I am elated to be called upon to present these remarks. My elation stems from a few irrefutable facts. In 2008, President J. Kufuor, with the object of boosting the efficiency of the services of Ghana's Court of Appeal, commissioned the Court of Appeal building in Kumasi. It was an innovation that would forever change the justice delivery landscape of our country, as for the first time, litigants in the Northern Sector would experience a hearing and determination of appeals in cases emanating from the High Court and Circuit Court without the drudgery of traveling to Accra. This innovation was, however, severely hampered by the lack of accommodation to house the Justice of Appeal assigned for the conduct of cases. In the circumstances, sitting was reduced to 1 week in a month, a situation that has prevailed to date. The enormous cost, inconvenience, and risk encountered by Justice of Appeal in traveling to and from Kumasi for sittings of the Court of Appeal were more than apparent. Attempts by the Mills Mahama administration to cure the problem with the construction of 4 bungalows for the Court of Appeal Justice failed, as same was plagued by a lack of funding. Indeed, I am informed that despite the yearly provision in every budget of the Judicial Service since 2011, the project, which was scheduled to be completed within 18 months, was never completed, with the result that after 10 years, by 2021, only 2 of the buildings had merely reached lintel level, with the other 2 still at foundation level. Today, we stand here to commission not 4 bungalows, but 20 4-bedroom bungalows. each with a 2-bedroom outhouse for Justice of Appeal posted to Kumasi. The accompanying amenities on this 7-acre piece of land make it even richer and provide a more congenial atmosphere for a discharge of judicial functions. A 7-bedroom guest house, a clubhouse, a swimming pool, tennis court, fully asphalted internal road network, and a facility management office. And remarkably, it has been done within a period of just 17 months, having commenced at the end of April 2021. Mr. President, at the salt cutting ceremony of the Law Village, the new premises for the Ghana School of Law, in September 2022, I observed that certain developments in recent past, particularly at activities undertaken by your government, which possess a long-term effect on transforming the fiscal development of legal institutions in the country, makes it appropriate that we christen the era in which we live as the golden age of infrastructure development of the law. Apart from this plush residential complex for the Court of Appeal in Kumasi, the construction of 100 courthouses and 120 bungalows for judges of the various courts across the country is aggressively being pursued. I am aware that 70% of these courthouses have been completed, with the remaining 30% set to be completed next year. By the time the entire complement of courthouses and bungalows is handed over to the judicial service, only a period of 3 years would have been spent on their construction. It is correct to say that never in the history of this country has there been such a colossal addition to the set of buildings housing the courts of our land. The record shows that even 30 courthouses have not been delivered to judicial service within a continuous period of 10 years at any point in time. Indeed, my own hometown of Wenchi has not been left out in this golden age of infrastructure development of the law. The administrator of this Assembly's Common Fund has graciously released funds for the construction of a new court complex to house the Wenchi High Court, which is in fact one of the oldest in the whole of Bono and Ahafo, as well as the Circuit Court and the District Court. Distinguished the Lady Chief Justice Sophia Akufo, in driving these projects thus far, the unrelenting desire to ensure the expansion of judicial facilities around the country has been a significant feature of their tenure as Chief Justices. This undoubtedly has been the motivating factor for the regular engagement the current Chief Justice has had with district assemblies and other institutions of relevance around the country towards securing their cooperation for realizing this noble accomplishment. I have no doubt in my mind that as the clock slowly winds down on his tenure as Chief Justice, posterity will look kindly back on the construction, on the contribution he has made to the expansion of the fiscal infrastructure of the judicial service. Again, it will be woefully neglectful not to pay tribute to the vision and dedicated support of the dynamic and indefatigable administrator of the Common Fund, Mrs. Irina Toshe Ado Lati, my former senior colleague in the extraordinary law firm of Ekufa Pempenko, whose drive and vision have led to realization of this day. Constitutionally, the District Assembly's Common Fund is distributed among all the district assemblies on the basis of the formula approved by Parliament. Through the dynamism of the current administrator, part of the fund has been deployed for the financing of this project after having been approved by Parliament in accordance with Article 257, Clause 3 of the Constitution. Mrs. Toshe Ado Lati's intervention in the construction of over 100 courthouses and a total of 160 bungalows for justices in the country is like the biblical fresh water in a thirsty land and streams on dry land. I must commend Parliament for the support it gave in this regard. I will, however, urge Parliament to do more, as we need more courthouses. Dilapidated structures housing courts around the country have to be redesigned and or reconstructed to suit the current demands of justice delivery. The iconic first Supreme Court building in Cape Coast, now housing the High Court, readily comes to mind. Even as we are on the verge of constructing new High Court premises opposite Adisade College, and I must say that the choice is fitting, because Adisade is a breeding ground for lawyers. We must endeavor to put the old High Court building in Cape Coast in order to preserve its unique place in the history of Ghana as the first East Nation Supreme Court. The President, the construction of any building, of course, requires land. The provider of the basic infrastructure for the construction of a building thus plays a fundamental part in that endeavor. It is for this reason that special gratitude must go to the Otiko Koso, His Royal Majesty 16th occupant of Golden Seal of Ashanti, Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II, for his magnanimity in donating the 7-acre piece of land on which stands these majestic buildings. Otumfuo, we are eternally grateful to you. As Attorney General Minister for Justice, access to justice is of prime importance to me, as I'm cognizant of its value in serving as a fulcrum for the overall development and prosperity of our nation. A significant feature of access to justice is the closeness of institutions of justice delivery to the people. Access to justice can have a snowball effect on development in other sectors of the economy. It is a catalyst for inclusiveness and an eliminator of inequality in society. Indeed, the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, in addressing the issue of access to justice, together, and I quote, to promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels, end of quote. By increasing the number of courts in this country, Ghana no doubt is moving closer to achieving the primary goals of the UN Agenda 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. It's only fit and proper that we acknowledge these achievements. Mr. President, I once again congratulate all who have played a role in ensuring the success of this project. I'm confident that it will go a long way to assist the judiciary in the execution of its all-important mandate under the Constitution of Ghana. God bless us all. Thank you very much.
The nation's Attorney General and the Minister of Justice, thank you very much. Honorable Toshi, it seems like every speaker mentions your name. And it seems to me you are doing a very good job. So I've bestowed the title Champion Woman on you. Toshi, the Champion Woman. Your Excellency, we have more than not a month will pass by without the presence of the Chief Justice here. Right from day one, he promised to make sure that the interests of judges and magistrates are paramount to him. And I would like to invite the Chief Justice of the Republic, His Lordship, Justice Ani Yeboah, to give us a brief remark.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, His Royal Majesty, the Asante-Hene Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II, Honorable Ashanti Regional Minister, Honorable First Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Members of Parliament, Members of Council of State, Justices of the Superior Courts of Judicature, Nana Mampo-Hene, Nana Nom, the clergy, the Administrator of the Disassembly Common Fund, Service Commanders, Judges of the Lower Court, Directors and Deputy Directors of the Judicial Service, Members of Staff, the Regional Chief Imam, friends from the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed an honor and a great pleasure to welcome you all to this brief but important ceremony, the inauguration of the newly constructed residential complex for Justices of the Court of Appeal here at Denyami. Today's event marks an epoch in the history of the judicial service of Ghana. Of course, our journey so far has not all smooth sailing, even as we have worked at improving the legal and constitutional framework within which we operate and sought to enforce the highest standards of professionalism among all strands of the judicial system. We have also had to deal with the lack and the distressingly poor physical infrastructure. The evidently deplorable state of most of our court structures and residences of justice and magistrates administering justice therefrom has been a major challenge to the judiciary. On an situations like this, I call to mind immediate past predecessors, in particular, Justice Georgina Theodore Wood and Sophia Abna Boafuwa Ekufu, who pioneered the infrastructure drive. My lords, I'm most grateful. In October 2008, His Excellency President Ajekum Kufuor inaugurated the Court of Appeal complex at Edum, Kumasi. This was meant to extend the services of the appellate court to the Ashanti region in particular, and the northeast sector of the country in general, to reduce the ever-increasing backlog of cases at the Court of Appeal in Accra and the delays emanating therefrom. However, we were confronted with the challenges of lack of residential accommodation for the Justices of Appeal, who had to shuttle between Accra and Kumasi and later Tamale in the third week of every month to hear appeal cases brought before the court. Our gathering here today is as a result of the government's responsiveness to the persistent call to urgently address the obvious gap in judicial infrastructure. And from the outset, I wish to express the profound gratitude of the judiciary and the judicial service to His Excellency the President of walking the talk at the swearing-in some justices of the High Court 2 years ago. Your Excellency, you announced that government was going to construct over 100 courthouses and residential accommodation throughout the country for the judiciary. Today, the promise has materialized. Your Excellency, thank you for listening when we called. Our deepest appreciation goes to His Royal Majesty Otumfuo Osei II for providing 7 acres the Minister for Local Government for making funds available on time for the construction of this project. You are equally thankful to the contractors, consultants, and managers of the project, and workmen for the expeditious manner in which they have executed this project. To all our itinerant justices of the Court of Appeal, who patiently endured the discomfort and risk of having to travel from Accra to Kumasi and Tamale to hear appeal cases in the northern sector, I commend your manifest zeal, dedication to duty, and uncommon patience, my lords. We also applaud the justices who still have to shuttle between Accra and Cape Coast or Ho or Koforidua to serve the justice needs of our compatriots. I am confident that when resources are available again, befitting courthouse and residential accommodation will be provided to enable you work in a more conducive environment. For your information, land has been acquired at Adenta for a similar facility of this nature. Your Excellency, Your Royal Majesty, friends, partners, colleagues, countrymen, our judiciary is moving forward and we stand on the verge of history. Very soon, over 70 of the more than 100 courthouses and residential accommodation promised by government will be inaugurated. This is truly unprecedented. We again thank the President, Minister for Local Government, members of Parliament, and the illustrious administrator of the District Assembly's Common Fund for their commitment to justice delivery. For us in the judiciary, let us not, however, limit our achievements to the concrete and marble per se. More importantly, let us resolve to build a system of justice that assures our litigants and countrymen of efficient, timely, and quality delivery. The provision of other amenities such as 7-bedroom guest house, a clubhouse, a swimming pool, a gym, and a tennis court in the design of the 20 townhouses reflects the institutional vision of the judiciary and the judicial service to address the social and psychological wellness of our judges and staff. Your Excellency, before I resume my seat, may I humbly use this occasion to draw attention to the human resource needs of the judicial service, which is largely driven by the number of courts and administrative offices, as well as the turnover rate. This facility we are inaugurating today will require the engagement of a number of staff for its efficient management and maintenance. They include, but not limited to, a facilities manager, artisans, and other workmen. The new courts, all of which come with fully furnished residential accommodation for judges and magistrates, will require the appropriate human resources in the right numbers. In other words, the increased infrastructure has direct relationship with the number of judges and magistrates and administrative staff. Averagely, each court will need a registrar, court clerk, interpreter, court recorder, cashier, bailiff, process clerk, and docket clerk, as well as other ancillary staff, including day and night security personnel, cleaners, gardeners, and drivers. I surmise that the service will require a total of 2,500 staff, including 117 magistrates for the Court of Appeal Residential Facility and the new courts. In view of this, it is imperative for the Ministry of Finance to grant financial clearance for the commencement of the recruitment process. Like Oliver Twist, we can only ask for more. I thank you for your kind attention, and may God bless us all.
Thank you, Your Lordship, Justice Ani Yeboah, the Chief Justice of the Republic. May I now refer to the police band to give us a brief interlude as we wait for the remark from His Excellency, the President of the Republic. Meanwhile, I would like to acknowledge Your Excellency, the presence of your party's General Secretary, who is also a lawyer, Lawyer Justin Kodia from POM, and the national organizer of the party, Lawyer Henry Nana Boachi. Police band, we thank you so much. We have a very brave documentary before we listen to the father of the nation. So if the technicians are ready, let's watch the documentary.
The appeal system that further bolsters justice and the rule of law in the country has suffered an itinerant court of appeal which moves from Accra to sit in Kumasi, Tamale, Home, Koforidua, and Cape Coast to give a hearing to appeal cases from these regions and surrounding areas. The associated financial implication of this arrangement delays adjudication processes and has consequently over the years been of grave concern in the dispensation of justice in the country. In April 2021, supported by the Asante Hene, His Royal Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and the Chief Justice, Justice Kwesi Enin-Yeboah, cut sword for the construction of these 20 residential facilities for the Court of Appeal Judges here in Denyame, Kumasi, to help improve the justice delivery system for the northern sector of the country. Since then, fervent works have been carried out on the sites. Your Excellency, just as was promised during the sword-cutting ceremony for this project and confirmed by the project consultant, FEDEMS Limited, led by Engineer Felix Atrim, the project has been duly completed according to schedule and is fully ready to function in full capacity. This building complex, which comes with recreational facilities such as a pool area and sporting arenas clubhouse and a guest house, will help provide the right comfort and security judges need to conveniently adjudicate and ensure cases are heard within a much shorter period. By a practical collaboration between the Ministry of Local Government and the District Assembly Common Fund, these 20 townhouses and a guest house have been built to be used as permanent residences for Court of Appeal judges based in Kumasi, who will be mandated to handle appeal cases in the northern part of the country, which includes appeals from Upper West, Upper East, Savannah, Northeast, Northern, Bono East, Ahafo, Western North, and Ashanti regions. Your Excellency, aside this beautifully constructed modern complex, 100 courthouses with residences, 121 residential units are also at advanced stages of construction across the 16 regions of the country, to fully equip the judicial system to help address the problem of inadequate court infrastructure and to uphold and sustain the rule of law in our dear country. Mr. President, Nananom, ladies and gentlemen, this beautiful project, which was completed within the scheduled time, was constructed by construction ambassadors, Superior Royal, First Sky, and modern international developers. FEDEMS Limited worked as project consultant. All these companies are indigenous Ghanaian companies with Ghanaian artisans and skills. Your Excellency, this is a true testimony of the ability of the Ghanaian to deliver excellent service for nation building. With this immense initiative of the Ministry of Local Government, the District Assembly's Common Fund, and the relentless work of project contractors and consultants, government will continue to support and implement policies to advance the rule of law, thereby reinforcing the confidence of the people in the judicial system. Special thanks to His Royal Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu II and the people of the Ashanti region for their commitment and contribution to the success of this project. Thanks to Chief Justice, Justice Kwesi Enin-Yeboah, and the entire judicial service for their immense support. To our astute administrator of the District Assembly's Common Fund, Honorable Irene Nautoshi Adolati, we appreciate your remarkable commitment. The judiciary remains grateful. Finally, Your Excellency, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Special thanks to your good self for your astute leadership and commitment to uphold and sustain the rule of law in our dear country and your immeasurable contributions to the development of our dear nation Ghana.
Thank you very much. As I invite the father of the nation, the commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, the president of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo.
Eminent clergy, Christian and Muslim, Chief Justice, immediate past Chief Justice, Otumfuo Asantehene, the Ashanti Regional Minister, members of the Council of State, Attorney General, ministers and deputy ministers of state, the Administrator of the District Assembly Common Fund, Chief Executive of the Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly, the first and second Deputy Speakers of Parliament, Majority Leader in Parliament, chairpersons and members of the local government and constitutional and legal select committees of Parliament, members of Parliament, justices of the Supreme Court, and other justices of the Superior Court of Judicature, judges, members of the Judicial Council, Judicial Secretary, the President and members of the Bar Council of the Ghana Bar Association, members of the Ghana Bar Association, Dasibre, Mampohine, Mampohima, and Nananom, fellow Ghanaians, ladies and gentlemen. Last year, in the majestic presence of the Asantehene, Oyoko PSA, Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II, I cut the sword for the commencement of work to begin on the construction of a Court of Appeal residential complex in Kumasi. 18 months down the line, we're gathered again in the same majestic presence of the Asantehene to commission this residential complex. I must at the very outset express the appreciation and gratitude of government and the people of Ghana to the Asantehene and Asantemine for their immense support for this project, including the generous donation of the land. The efforts of Chief Justice Enin Yabua, his predecessor, Chief Justice Sophia Akufo, the former Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, Hajia Alima Mahama, the current Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development, the Honorable Dan Boche, Member of Parliament for Okre, and the Honorable Irene Toshi Addo, Administrator of the District Assembly's Common Fund, must be warmly commended, as indeed the work of the contractors who have brought us to this day. Ladies and gentlemen, in the course of my first term in office, government took note of the inadequate numbers of courts in various parts of the country, resulting in citizens traveling long distances to gain access to courts. For example, there was no court between Ajabeng and Amasamai in the Greater Accra region. Neither was there a court between Edum in Kumasi and Asante Bekwai Obuasi in the Ashanti region. I was also informed that some judges lived in insecure housing and were subject to abuse and threats after their judgments. That is why in my message on the State of the Nation on 9th March 2021, I indicated that government, through the Ministry of Local Government and the District Assembly Common Fund, has commenced in an unprecedented initiative the construction of 90 courts with accompanying accommodation for judges across the country to help address the problem of inadequate court infrastructure. Through the efficiency and ingenuity of the Administrator of the District Assembly Common Fund, the Honorable Irene Natoshi Ado, we are in fact constructing 120 courts and 150 bungalows and not the 90 that was originally contemplated. 70% of these projects are completed. And with the commissioning of this residential complex here in Kumasi and the Magistrates Court in Twase later this afternoon, I deem all the completed projects duly commissioned. The Chief Justice is to take over and begin to police officers to start work with immediate effect. I'm hopeful that this massive infrastructural development will motivate the judiciary to work even harder to promote justice and the rule of law in the country. Government has, since my assumption of office, introduced a number of other policy measures to help bridge the technology gap in the administration of justice. We've launched the e-justice system, which is designed to leverage technology in the delivery of justice. And we're also addressing the challenge posed by the inadequate number of courts in various parts of the country, resulting in citizens that we will do more as demanded by the Chief Justice. We will continue to implement policies to advance the rule of law and thereby reinforce the confidence of the people and shore up our nation's reputation as a country governed by the rule of law. The Ghanaian people have resolved to build under God a united nation grounded on democratic values and attachment to the rule of law, which they are determined to maintain even in these difficult times. We have gone a long way towards realizing this goal, and I'm confident that with a spirit of reconciliation, fairness, integrity, and hard work, the best days of Mother Ghana lie ahead. Together, we're laying the platform for the evolution of a new Ghanaian civilization, which will give true meaning to the foundational values of freedom and justice on which our nation was conceived. May God bless us all, and may God bless our whole land, Ghana, and make her great and strong. I thank you for your attention.
Make it a bigger one for His Excellency, the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Nana, we thank you. The Supervising High Court Judge in Ashanti Region, His Lordship Justice Kofi Akroya, to give us a vote of thanks. Yeah.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Otufo Osei-Tutu Asadehene, my Lord Chief Justice, I respectfully seek your indulgence to stand on established protocols and proceed with my function. Respectfully, I feel very honored for this opportunity. The judiciary and the judicial service of the Ashanti region are very grateful to the Almighty God for this memorable day. And we are extremely grateful to the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, for permitting the initiation of this project and taking time off his heavy schedule to inaugurate the project yourself, Nana. This is the manifestation of your interest in the development and approving the project, and to the Minister of Local Government for the implementation of the project. Our profound appreciation for the special efforts and time she has put into the execution of this project and your presence. Honorable, we are grateful. We also thank Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II, the Santene, and for, in a very special way, for granting us this prime land for this important and memorable project. Indeed, we recognize Otumfuo's appreciation and support for the judiciary and the desire to always support the judiciary in the region, and the Ashanti region in particular. Otumfuo, we are extremely grateful, Nana. Yes. Our father, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana, my Lord, you initiated the project, and your weekly visit to the site has seen to the record time within which this project has been implemented. I have no doubt that it is one of the outstanding projects of this government, which has been completed in record time, all due to your dedicated interest in the implementation. We are equally grateful to the regional minister, my own brother, for his support and his presence here today. We are grateful to her leadership, Sophia Okufu, our immediate past Chief Justice, the immediate past Chief Justice. Yes. We are equally grateful for all superior court judges and lower court judges and magistrates who have been here to support this important program. And equally thankful to the National President of the Ghana Bar and your colleagues herein present. The National President of the Bar and your presence. We are also thankful to the Catholic Archbishop and the Regional Chief Imam for their time and attention. We are equally thankful to all service commanders for their efforts in ensuring peace and security and your presence at this function. We are thankful to all distinguished invited guests who have spent good time to be with us at this program. We are indeed very grateful to our Supreme Court judges who have traveled all the way from Accra to support us in a very special way. We are grateful to the contractors who completed this project in record time and the good collaboration they've had with us. Finally, we are thankful to all other well-wishers who have come to spend time with us on this memorable occasion. We thank you all.
Thank you. Another round of applause for the supervising court, High Court Judge in Ashanti region, His Lordship Justice Kofi Akrowiah. Now, before you invite the Chief Imam to give us a closing prayer. Let me put a record that we have 4-bedroom apartment, 20 of them here. So we have 20 households, each containing 4 bedrooms. Now, this one just in front of me is where His Excellency the President of the Republic, His Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, the Chief Justice, the immediate past Chief Justice, of course the Regional Minister, and the Mampohne will inspect here. Judges. So the first apartment, the first household, we reserve that to the Regional Minister. The Ghana Bar Association will also be in the 3rd apartment. They are all the same, fully furnished. All you need as a judge from an appeals court is to take their old portmanteau, enter in, case closed. It's on this note that I'd like to invite the Regional Chief Imam, Sheikh Abdul Mumin Harun, to give us the closing prayer. The President will inspect our guests, and then of course so many places to watch today. Yes, this club, and then we have our swimming pool, a lot of them, a lot. So the champion woman, thank you once again.
Kwame Adinkra, thank you so much. Mr. President, then Nana Otumfuo, Kwame Adinkra, what Timmy title no so. Mr. Onka say Otumfuo Kramo and Sana Ashanti Regent Chifima. Why me title Otumfuo Kramo? And I bear Regina Ashanti Regina Chief Imam. Metate no ya no ojanmu. So today I'm going to open my prayers with give thanks and praises to the Almighty Allah. Because Yakopon no can say Samudamasia maybe I come home. Na semu imbonia ya masotwen me twuma so saa. Hwe nana ye bi ama ya nana no Otumfuo ye gina ha se etire ho na ne ye bompa ye se nyame mi enwie ayine entem. Wow, 17 months. Justice anim yeboa wa forso ama omawie. Ntie dana se pa. Ya nana President, Edawasi, Namisra, Yana no Otumfuo, Yadamasi, Yana Mampon, and Nana Mew, Mr. Mampon, and Prefi, Mbidenda Akosiyenka. Enti Asida and Yeda Yankopon Asi, so obey ye be a kind of Nemo in Boniaya, Usu Huruhia, or Betchuma Susa, Munna Yanana Akufuadwasi. Yamia bia come on. Na sama cancel why ye bia mamwa. Wallahi say nyam betwema so. Ya na no why bi o. Asante mamu ha. Wo ma ye bi pa. Enti nyame nhira mo. Nyame nhira Ghana mai. Nyame nhira your friends parliamentarians. Aha me MP na ti ono. Cheers. Chairman Sambunzu. Me na me de ma so amefo. Wangumani mase. And Minam de Maso, Wangumani Mase, and the Yankopo, Wamuano, Yasin Yambua, or China, or Baby, or back at Catty Sword. You have a bomb pies at 20 months, Nana Kuford were we bridge, near Swami for Yana Kwan Papa. So, Yadamasepi, Alama Barik Baladina Ghana, Alama Barik Baladina Ghana, or Barik Raisana, Anana Kufadu, Wana Ibaho Alhaji Mahmoud, Baubia Doctor, Wabarik Kuluna Fi Ghana Jamian, Birahmanika Yarhamar Rahi Yarab Alamin, Subhana Rabbika Rabbil Izzata Masifun, Wassalamu ala al-Mursalin, walhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Amen. We shall be keep upstanding as we invite His Excellency the President of the Republic and the Asante.
people deliberately encroaching upon government lands that have been acquired by executive instrument for the purposes of the state. One of that, was CSIR. By the grace of God, we have been able to do that. Today, we are here because during Kwame Nkrumah's time, lands from this area all the way to Tema was acquired by executive instruments, where the head lease was under TDC. Some parts of the acquired lands was ceded for the purposes of Ramsar. That is on your right-hand side. We are told that the total acreage is over 3,000 acres. Now, if I should do a little mathematics, in the olden days, an acre of a land or a parcel of land will equate to 4 plots. So let's try and do the mathematics. 4 plots times 3,500 plots. 4. So you are talking about 13,000 plots or 12,000. Today, if they are doing 80 by 70, then it's 6 plots. So let's multiply 6 plots by 3,000. 18,000 plots. As we speak, we are reliably informed that well over 2,500 acres of government land have been encroached upon with impunity. They have built.
This press briefing is to call on the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, to call one of his friends to order, one of his cohorts. And why I've had to address this press conference is in the public interest and it's in the national interest, as in the national security interest of our country. My attention has been drawn to moves and initiatives by the Ministry of Agriculture working in cohort with the Lands Commission of Ghana to give away one of our land jewels on the Gifford Road, which used to house the Agric Mechanization Center, where those tractors and combine harvesters are normally brought in and sold to farmers and persons associated with the activity of agriculture. That land is being parceled for redevelopment purposes to an entity or a company known as Inoc Holdings Limited. Inoc Holdings Limited, whatever it is, that land, as close as it is to our national airport, which is a strategic national security asset, I do not think that should go into private hands or private development, particularly when the Ministry of Agriculture and its agencies are struggling and paying rent elsewhere. Maybe if it is preserved for the state, preserved for the military high command, the Ghana Armed Forces, because just in front of it, by the side of it, adjacent to it, is the Ghana Armed Forces and the Ghana Air Force and the National Airport. To think that this land will suffer the wanton dissipation of compulsorily acquired state land breaks my heart. And I think that President Nana Dankwa must stop this. And he must stop the Ministry of Agriculture. And if by reference the agreement is so signed by the minister, he should call his good friend to order that that land should be preserved in our national security interests. And therefore the president if he has doubts as to what I'm saying, must commence a full-scale public investigation into the status of this land and the intentions behind the land, and report same to the Ghanaian public. God bless.
The 2022 Basic Education Certificate Examination began today, Monday, October 17th. We are here at Accra Academy, one of the centers for the examination, to interact with the teachers, students and supervisors on how the process is going so far. I'm Ishmael Batoma.
The social studies paper was okay. It was manageable. We are just hoping for the best. At first, there was a little fear in me, but it's just like a normal paper we are writing, like the mocks we used to write. It's okay. I'm hoping for the best. I'm just hoping to get good grades because I know what I've written. I know I'm doing it.
I was very scared before entering the examination hall, but when I entered the hall, I was confident and I was able to write the exam. The paper was normal. The social studies, I'm expecting 1 or 2.
We wrote social studies today. The paper was cool and manageable. I'm expecting 09.
It was okay. It was nice. No, there was no fear. They weren't that strict on us. It was okay.
It was really cool. I was really nervous, but when immediately we started the paper, everything was going cool.
How do you feel after writing your first paper?
Really okay.
It was good. It was better than our mock. It was easier. When I saw the paper, I was scared. When I entered the hall, I was scared, but when I started to write, I felt better, especially with the objectives. So I'll be expecting 1 in all.
We read social studies. Yes,
how did it go?
Well, it was nice, but it seems like all that we learned and what we revised previously were what came. So it was quite good. Breath of release. I'm okay.
Social studies. The written part, that's the session B. A. Second.
So how did it go?
Oh, it's cool. It's not that scary.
It went well. The questions were good. I said the questions were good.
Okay, so you are well prepared.
Yes.
It was cool.
It feels good.
So far, based on the interaction with the kids after the exams, I can see they are happy, meaning what they were expecting actually came. And looking or going through the questions, I have seen all what we taught them. Everything, almost 90% is in. So I'm glad.
They were adequately prepared for it.
Sure. They were fully prepared, and based on their reaction, I can see everything is.
So far, so good. We prepared our children adequately for this year's BEC exams. Today being their first time of writing an external exam, we encouraged them and told them not to panic, and they abided by that. And then when they came out, they said it was okay. I believe because we covered a lot during our preparation, that made them to have it on the easier side. Apart from that, also you could see we have a prepared lunch for them, so that they don't go far to go and buy food and come and, at the start of the next paper, then they will not be, we will be looking for them, and that also makes them stay organized.
As we all know, today we are starting the BEC examination, and in fact we were here on time because we were told to report on time so that we can at least have a feel of the environment before the start of the paper. Actually, we haven't encountered any challenges so far. The paper came very on time, and so far so good. First paper, my students have gone and they are back with a smiling face. So I think everything went well, and we are praying and hoping that the subsequent papers that they'll be writing will also go well. In all, we give thanks to God.
So far so good here at the Accra Academy BC Center. The first paper, Social Studies, has ended, and from my interactions with the students, the paper went really well. Even though they started nervously, they settled down and wrote their papers well. The teachers are also telling us that the students gave them good feedback as to how the paper went. They are prepping them for the next paper, which is ICT. Reporting for GhanaWeb, Ishmael Matuna.
If she assumed a girlfriend role, do you just confer the title on her? Or in case of anything, can she say that, of course, I performed all that duty,
no.
So...
The question is, did I ask you to be my girlfriend? Did I ask you to cook for me? Did I ask you to sleep with me?
Right there. Green is the green light. A little birdie told me that most people do not obey the traffic sign of light. Yes, when your man or woman says stop by giving you the red light, you interpret it as green means go, or amber to just claim that they are indecisive. But no is a universal language that should be respected by all. This is your favorite 18+ show, Moons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. I am Paula Amabruni. We'll be right back after this break. Right there. Welcome back. This is Moons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. Today's a special edition. Yes, we're going to discuss the signs. Some people say that when you're in a relationship, you might be in the relationship alone because it's not formal. There's no formal word to say, okay, we've kickstarted the relationship, but in your head, it is a relationship. And also sometimes too, when you meet up with your partner, maybe you are not in for sex, but they claim that, oh, the sign, just because you accepted an invitation to come, it means you are ready for it. How do people miss the sign? So to help me do justice to today's topic, I have with me Elliot Nuete. He's a multimedia journalist. Elliot, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
First time on my set.
Yeah, I'm a fan of your show. I've been watching you, following you on YouTube, reading your stories on GhanaWeb, interesting guests. And I think it's a great show. We're
going to have fun.
We would.
You have to defend the men because everything lies on your shoulder.
Why not? I'll carry it proudly.
Okay, great. I'm not doing this alone with Elliot. I have with me here Stella Sogli. Stella is a journalist. Stella, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, it looks like more of a journalist kind of thing. Yes. So we're going to educate, entertain, and then give out the information as we say we do.
Yeah, we've been hearing a lot of things on social media. There are a lot of stories, a lot of them on GhanaWeb. But sometimes there's a very thin line between yes and no. And for me, even before you ask your questions, yes is yes,
no is no. You don't have to miss
Period.
it. Period.
End of story.
Okay, let me start with, they say ladies first, but let me just put that aside and let me start with our gentleman, Elliot. I want to find out, should every relationship start formally? Should this, when I say that, it means a man asking you, I want to be your boyfriend, would you be my girlfriend situation? Or maybe when we cook, you clean, you do the girlfriend or boyfriend duty, then that's it.
No. Personally, I think that every relationship should start formally. Because it's a formal contract. Relationships are different. Friendship can start without any formal notification, but when it comes to a love relationship, I feel it should start formally because of the characteristics that come with it. In love relationship, people would want commitment, people would want respect, people would want to be entitled and whatsoever. And you can't be entitled to someone when there is no official agreement. So to me, I feel that there should always be an official agreement between two people when they want to embark on a love relationship.
So what's your type? Are you the man who goes to a lady like, oh, I have feelings for you, I think we've been talking for a while, so let's kickstart something? Or you do the, I don't want to use the Mr. POP thing, I don't want to use that term, but then you just wait till things settle, or maybe the appointed time. What's your type? How do you do it? I put you on the spot. I know, right?
Well, I would say I'm both of the two types that you mentioned. I'm not the type that would go straight to a lady and say, well, I'm interested in you, I want us to start a relationship. I like to study people, because there are people who give you indication, there are ladies who give indication, and
indication, that's the thing.
And you think this lady is interested in you for you to propose, and then you be bounced. I hate to be bounced. I hate to be rejected. So I would make sure that you are in for it. So if I start with probably friendship, and that is not to say if I want a love relationship with you, I'll come as a friend. No, I won't come as a friend.
You declare your intention.
Yeah, I would communicate with you. If I want to talk to you, I'll talk to you. But I would never make you understand that you are my friend. No, we are not friends. That is not what.
But have you had a lady pop up a question to you, a lady propose to you, or initiate a relationship?
I've never seen or had a lady propose to me that I love you, but the signs, like what is spooning? Let us spoon. Let us do this.
Okay.
You get it.
Okay. Okay, great. Elliot, so if a woman, maybe in your life, it could be anyone, start assuming the girlfriend role, cooks for you, wash, clean, gives you some, good sex, warm your bed, does that automatically confer the girlfriend title on her?
No.
So we can do the cleaning, we can do the cooking, whatever, but once it's not formal, we shouldn't assume that we are your...
So guys, I wouldn't want to say every guy is opportunistic, but most people are. And it depends on the value we place on that particular lady.
Okay.
So I know, I have a very good friend called Murphy. Yeah, okay. What's her name? Mercy.
Shout out to Murphy.
Yeah, shout out to Murphy. I most of you forget her name. I won't allow such a lady to do all that for me because I value her friendship and what she offers me. Because I know that the next moment she pulls out the girlfriend card and I said, no, we are no longer, we were not in that particular relationship, you are not my girlfriend, you are just a friend. And whatever we did was agreed. I think that person would go and I'll lose every benefit that comes with it, as well as the friendship that I cherish the most. So it depends on the value you place on the lady in question, and then the kind of relationship you want to have with the person.
No, I just want to find, like, I have ladies say that, oh, I did cook for you, good company, maybe introduce you to family and stuff like that. So in her mind, she thinks it's the green light. You get, even though maybe it's not official.
No.
So with that, if she assumed the girlfriend role, do you just confer the title on her? Or in case of anything, can she say that, of course, I performed all that duty, so...
The question is, did I ask you to be my girlfriend? Did I ask you to cook for me? Did I ask you to sleep with me?
Wait, but you enjoyed, as you said, you guys love opportunists, like, if I should borrow the word.
It's just like saying, let me just turn the tables around. It's like saying, hello, Murphy, can I meet you at the mall? Let me get you a dress. You would say yes to it. But that does not give me the right to assume I'm your boyfriend. No.
So a man can invest in a woman for all he likes.
Yeah.
If the woman has not accepted him as
a boyfriend,
her boyfriend,
there is no relationship.
So it's just
we are normal friends. Yes. So some people would want to draw the line. So maybe I see you are cooking for me, and I know, and I get an indication that you are doing it because you want to be my girlfriend, and I don't want that particular relationship with you. I ask you to stop right away. Do you get it?
Okay.
To keep the friendship that we have. But if I also want to exploit you, who doesn't like to be cooked for?
Free.
I mean, if you cook for me, it will save me money from buying outside. If you are giving me free sex, it will save me the stress of going to a club or going to a pub to go and convince a lady for 3 hours to come and sleep with and all that. Do you get it? You are giving me all that for free, and it's not like I'm even begging for it or I'm paying anything for it.
Okay.
So. And that is understandable. I assume that you like it. That is why you are doing it.
Not because
you want a relationship with me. And also in a time that we find ourselves in, I think when my daddy tells me sometimes that in her time, when a lady in his time, when a lady is cooking for you, it's either she's been sent by her family or by her mother to do that. Not just that so if you allow the ladies to do that, then it means that you've understood that this is where you are leading to. So if the lady summons you to any elder, you'll be held guilty.
Okay.
But in our time that we are all liberals and and we feel like I have the right to do what I want to do, and I can do what I feel like I should do. I will assume that you feel you should cook for me. You feel that you should sleep with me. And I mean, if I'm generous, I'll give you some.
Great. I like the ending. Still, whose responsibility is to initiate the relationship? And why are Ghanaian girls reluctant? Why don't you initiate? When you like a guy, you don't give the green lights like, okay, this is it, this is a go. But you guys go round and round. Why? Why you do that?
Well, I feel like growing up with the kind of stories I hear and the setting that you grow up with, the environment, there's no way. When I was 15, 13, 14, there was no way I was going to tell any guy that I liked him. Not me. But today, 2022, at the age that I am, I'll gladly do it. And I feel like everyone should be able to. In an age where we are fighting for equality, nothing stops you from asking someone or telling the person that you like them. I mean, when you look at our cultural setting and you want to do things the cultural way, or
you want to go traditional.
Yes. And even the Bible says that a man will leave his house, a woman will leave her house, and they will be together. It didn't say that the man will come for the woman from their house. So I'm sure those things were just things that we human beings created. So if you feel like you like someone, there's someone that you like, I mean, it's an open conversation that you're supposed to have. Bouncing is hard, it's painful,
it's part of life.
But you know, I mean, after you've been bounced as a girl, it feels somewhere like, hey, hold me, you bounce me. But I also feel like there are a lot of ways that you can do it. Not necessarily throwing yourself at the person, because I hear men don't like women who appear cheap. But sometimes they are enthused by the fact that you are confident, like you don't mind asking yourself. So there are so many ways to kill a cat.
But still, you know, women, our gender, we are shy and all that. How best can you go? Should you take him on a date? Should you write him a letter? Why should you take him to pop up the question?
Well, I think it's not cast in stone. You just have to be creative about it.
Okay.
I mean, yesterday I was telling my colleagues that I was just reading my email and I found out that I was flirting with someone in a mail. They're like, girl, in your mail. I mean, there are lots of ways to go about it, but it depends on who you are with. You may have been with a person for some time and you know what they like. You can get him anything, ask him how he feels about you, have the conversation. You know, sometimes asking someone how they feel about you and what they would do if they found themselves in certain situations will give you some answers. And I also, this is a tip, always listen. Like, listen with rapt attention. Listen, because they say a lot of things. A man who likes you will be giving you hints in the way that he talks, and sometimes those things are green lights for you to go on and ask the question, not the green lights for you to assume that okay, you are in something. But that green light will tell you if this is a fertile ground. Can I move on? Should I go? Yes. Should I go? So you have to listen. Pay attention to some of the things like that. Some people say, oh, I like a woman who is this, and you just realize that like you're like that kind of person, you are doing that kind of thing. Okay, I like a woman who is like this. You know that, okay, like you are fitting into the role, so it gives you the green light to go ahead and ask that, okay,
all right,
are we doing this or not?
Great. Now, friends with benefit, there are some relationship where we just know that, of course, there's no strings attached. We're just making love. We love each other's company, the sex is good. You get what I'm saying? It's not a boyfriend relationship for a man or woman. There are people who are in committed relationship who are friends with benefits. There are people in marriages who are doing it. If we are being realistic, we will agree that this is what's happening. Now, what will cause someone who sign up for friends with benefits kind of relationship to now opt for the real deal? Now you catch feelings.
Friends with benefits, no strings attached, and I assure
don't catch feelings.
The strings will attach. The strings will definitely attach. I don't want to go into details before I start.
Stella, please go.
Say things I'm not supposed to say, but the strings will attach because sex is more than just having it. Sex goes beyond, like emotions are involved. You are. The guy is literally entering.
It's an aging plan.
The guy is literally entering you, and you expect that there will be no emotional attachment or connection after that. Are you kidding? There will be. So
maybe women are the one that I hear they catch feelings, but then the men, their hearts are strong as hard as a rock.
Men do catch feelings as well.
I would agree and not agree with Stella.
Okay.
Because if a guy sleeps with a prostitute for just one time, there is no connection because of the mindset that the guy has, and this is psychologically proven.
This is
yes, that's something I agree with you partially. So if it's just about the sex, then nothing is happening.
You can hit and go.
Yes, because if you pay to have sex with a prostitute, psychologically your mindset is I'm buying sex to satisfy my immediate needs. So after that, there is no connection. But with friends with benefit, it can start just like you sleeping with a prostitute. I have an edge, because it friends with benefit because you are giving her something that she wants. And most often it is material, money, clothes, gifts, whatever it may be, in exchange of sex and even attention. It's not all the time that friends with benefit is all about sex.
No, I'm talking about the one that got sex, that at the moment there's feelings attached.
So with sex, you have sex with the same person for more than 5 times, there would be a connection. Because when you have sex, the body releases certain hormones, sorry. I forgot the name of that hormones that brings about connection and happiness. Anytime you have sex, you are relaxed, you are excited, and this is psychologically proven. So if you're having sex with one person for more than 10 times and your body is releasing that same hormones of happiness,
you're gonna catch feelings.
You would catch feelings.
Energy.
And most people, and it's also proven that most ladies give out sex for love. Okay. So although they are saying I want friends with benefits, they are hoping that whilst you are sleeping with me, it will translate into a proper relationship.
Okay.
And guys, after a period of time, would also become possessive. Are you sleeping with this guy also? Meanwhile, we're just supposed to be friends with benefits. So there would always be a string. There's that. I don't believe in friends with benefits and it will just end there.
Great. You're still watching Moons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, the show continues. Welcome back from that quick break. You're watching Moons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. Now today's discussion is interesting. Like, it's one that is very educated because a lot of people have been getting it wrong. How green is the green light? Some people, you just assume you are in a relationship before you realize you're in a relationship alone. You're dating yourself, and then when it's setting like that, there's disappointment and all that. So I pray and hope that you take down the suggestion and the advice coming from our guest to spice up that relationship. You get what I'm saying? Exactly. Now, moving forward, Elliot, why are most women, I don't want to say Ghanaian, it's kind of universal, but when it comes to Ghana, it's very rampant, it's a big deal. Why are they shy to ask for sex? Why can't a woman just call you and book a dick appointment? Yeah.
Well, Once again, it's a cultural thing. Even our parents are afraid, I don't use the word afraid, are shy of talking about sex. Do you get it? Meanwhile, everyone knows about sex. Now, if I ask about sex or if I ask for sex from my boyfriend, how is he going to see me?
No, but I can imagine how men go. You want it, everything. Your body shows that you want it. Why don't you say, baby, I want it? Take it. Play with his mind, like, you know.
And to be very honest, a lot of guys also find it very difficult asking for sex. Like, hey, Ama, today I want you to come around. I mean, they would let us have sex. It's so awkward. I can't do that, to be very honest. I can't call a lady and say, oh, let us have sex. No.
No, baby, like, you know, you can tease. Like, you know, tease.
So
leave the signs here and there.
Probably you can lead a person on. But you ask for it, I feel it's weird. And it's because, so it's not just a lady thing. I think it's for both sexes.
Wait, let me just chip in this, Elliot. If you are shy to ask, then what are you doing in the relationship? Because the relationship is, you are open, that person is your best friend and all that. But then it means people are in boring relationships, because if you want it, you go for it.
Okay.
Unless maybe the person is not in that relationship, or you guys don't have sex in your relationship, it's different. But
I personally, I don't believe in, you know, when I was at the university, well, guys do that, but even they will suggest that, Oba may say you, but like Obana mi hu say wa adwin wo honoma, abi your mind say wa adwin wo e bibi betimi akoso. But they can't say that let us have sex.
No, you don't have to say let us. There's 1001. Want to make out, I want to, you know, taste your honey pot. Okay, so that's the thing. You guys just go forward and say I want to have sex. Like, that's so
good.
Like, no. Google, there are so many ways. Even the woman, the vagina, there are so many ways to term it. So if you could have like a quote, when you send it to her, she knows that, okay, it's dick appointment time. Find such things. Find a term for it. Maybe you want to go to China. I want to go shopping.
Well, I think that with that, the modern lady is able to do it. Sometimes when you follow conversations on Twitter, Instagram, is it Oloni? There's this famous lady like that, and you see them sending the cucumber emoji with some water splash. You know that this is exactly what the lady wants, and that is why I use the word modern lady. Those who are, I would describe a modern lady as someone who has been exposed to a higher level of education, has seen a particular society, a bad bitch type.
Okay. Good girl gone bad.
Such a person have come to understand that at this age and time there is something called equality. Such a person would probably be a feminist or believe in the idea that what a man can do, a woman can also do. So if a man can suggest that let us have sex, she can also suggest that let us have sex. But if you look at the proper African, is that politically correct? But if you look at the traditional woman, that person would find it very difficult to ask about sex, and even to talk about sex when they are suffering. Not even when they want to have sexual pleasure, but when they are going through, when they are having a health issue relating to their sex. So whilst at the university, I was a peer counselor at the units for testing for HIV/AIDS and what have you. And sometimes when you are coming for the test, we have to groom you, we have to prepare you for the actual test. So we'll walk you through what HIV/AIDS is, how you can contract it and all that. And you get an indication that sometimes when you are talking to ladies especially, they feel very uncomfortable about it. They feel very uncomfortable discussing their own reproductive system and why their reproductive system makes them more prone to contracting HIV than guys are. So the topic of sex locally is not something that anyone would want to talk about it. Even in our classroom, when teachers are teaching sex, you get that it's very uncomfortable.
But ladies, please, you should start talking. If you want it, go for it.
Yeah,
Access shall be given unto you.
I think you should.
But I think men should start punishing their women. If you are that type who don't want to talk about, let her deal with it. It's so obvious she wants it. The woman, if she doesn't say it, she doesn't give you the green light, because you can be charged for rape. If she comes to say, oh, I did not initiate it, we'll later talk about that. But Stella, I want to find out from you, what are the official signs for the women who don't love to openly call for the dick appointment? What are some of the official signs we draw?
Don't leave us cucumber in raining age.
No, like official, maybe pre. And when she's with you, what are some of the signs? Because you know we are talking how green is the green light. Maybe what she's given is not given, but you are interpreting is like maybe she wants some, so I should give her.
So just like I said earlier, it's not really cast in stone because different things work for different people.
Different women.
Yes, some people don't like very explicit conversations. They want to flirt in different ways.
Let's say classy.
Yeah. What would you want to eat tonight?
Okay. I'm on the menu.
Exactly. Like, do you care if I send you some boob pics?
Okay.
Or I'm feeling a bit tingly in my body. Do you want to press?
Okay.
Do you care for a massage? Maybe the guy says, oh, I'm so stressed at work today. Okay. Do you want a massage I can end happily? And there are hints that people drop. I'm like, okay. And these days we have stickers, WhatsApp stickers that can do it for you. So you can drop some, and then if you're asked if you want some, you can say yes.
I mean, I don't mind.
Yeah.
But then when the woman is with you, maybe in a room,
yeah, so when you
in
get
an apartment,
there, you get there. Well, so let me put this out. I'm in no way encouraging premarital sex.
For the record.
For the records, but for the signs that when you're around, I mean, you should know things that turn your partner on. That one is well, a lot of people say they don't know until it happens, and I think that is a genuine case. Some people don't really know what actually turns them on. Maybe it's just some boys can see you and they're already turned on. You don't have to do anything extra. Some people like to see you in a certain type of clothing. Some people also want to see you do stuff, lie down in a certain way. But the first thing I'll say is, if you want it, let the person know. Don't just be dropping hints. What if I don't get it? Or maybe what if I had a very bad day at work, or I've done something that didn't go through, I'm in some type of stress, and you're dropping hints, and I can't even read the signs. So how am I even going to start?
Communicate.
Exactly. My point is communicate. Like, look at the person, see if it's the right time to strike.
Okay.
If not, talk about it. You know, sometimes they say sex helps you to release stress and all that. So you've seen that your partner is stressed. You can offer to make them tea, coffee, cook their favorite meal. Try to just hold them. Sometimes you're just holding the person.
And cuddle. You cuddle.
Exactly. You're just holding the person, and then it can happen.
Before you know.
Yes, it's happening. But the first of all, communicate. If you want to, just say.
Right. Now, Elliot, most men have been accused of rape. How hard is it for a man to stop? Maybe when you are inside the woman, you are in it and she's like, no, I don't want it. Can you say you're strong enough, you are disciplined enough to say, okay, I'm taking it out?
Elliot comes to that point. I feel like that thing that girls do, like in the middle when you're telling me that you don't want it anymore, it's really not fair. Because if both of us are going to consider our feelings, I don't know if a lot of women will agree, but making a woman orgasm is a type of skill that men who are good at it are supposed to be given medals.
Men who
are good at
are able to make women come should be given medals.
Seriously,
because a lot of women are going around but they've never orgasmed, but they're having sex, like, you know.
Yes, so you are supposed to know how to do it, because a woman's body is a whole lot. Even we as women don't even understand.
So it's like when a woman tells a man to stop in the middle of the act,
I feel like
you're not being fair.
You're not being fair because you are only considering how you are feeling at that point.
No, but then, but I beg to differ. It can be rape. Even if I'm your wife and I tell you,
it is
yes,
rape.
It is rape, because in the middle you are telling me to stop.
Which is a red light. Stop.
Yes, which is very genuine. You have the right to do that. But I feel like it's not fair to the man as well, because we both signed up for this, and during the signing up, you didn't tell me that I may be bored at a point too. So when I say I don't want to do it,
a lot of men have been
stop.
charged. You know that there's been news where the man will say that you gave consent.
Yes.
But how hard is it? Because we often saying, okay, if she says stop, you have to stop.
Well, personally, I think that our constitution and then our Sexual Offences Act is very biased and is against men. Now, if you look at the definition of what rape, is, it includes penetration. And you know that women don't penetrate, so it makes it almost impossible for the man to be raped. If you are looking at the definition of what rape is. So per our constitution, it's safe to say that men don't get raped, which is a very big lie. And if you look at the circumstances and then the examples of what could lead to a rape, one is that you agree that we should have sex, and in the midst of having sex, you told me to stop. To stop. It's like riding on the motorway at 100 kilometers per hour, and then you just told me to stop.
Break.
At that particular moment, when I break, the chances are that I would cause accidents or somersault and all that.
And die.
So I think it is very unfair. And personally, I feel it's about time that we review that part of our constitution, that part of the Sexual Offences Act, and look at it again to be fair to
now
everyone.
Let me play the devil's advocate. Sympathy sex. A man could press you on. You say you are not in the mood, but then they are your neck, they are dick all over you, and then let me just do the tip, I'll just rub, and all those lies that they give. It's not true. Now, if in the case where you put the woman through the whole sympathy thing, and she's like in the heat of the thing, she gives in, and then at that point she says no, it's no. I think that is a clear case of rape. If you call the VAR or whatever it is, this is a clear rape case.
Yes, and I'm a very huge advocate for consent. Like, if the person says they don't want it, no, they don't want it. But the other point I'm making about it's not being fair to the man.
It's when there's consent.
It's when there's consent.
Initially.
Like, we both agreed that, okay, we are going to do this. But there were no clear-cut details of the contracts that, okay, when it gets here and I'm tired, we are supposed to stop and all of that. I think that in as much as a man, we are supposed to stop for integrity's sake, for legal reasons, and for respect. It's still not fair to the man, because at that point, what are you expecting him to do? So I feel like if you are someone, except in cases where, you know, sometimes you can get bruised during the act, maybe they hit you too hard, you are feeling a certain type of way, you are allowed to communicate. And there are men who constantly ask you, are you okay? Are you okay? Like, how should I do it? Are you feeling pains? Is this? All those things come up. So if it is one of those situations, yes, we are okay too. But you can't just say no. Okay, so if you are saying no,
but
are you going to do something
we can
else
say we cannot just say no, but it's doable.
Well, it is doable. And I feel like for this particular one, I'm on the men's side.
Okay.
If the man says, if the lady says midway, beginning, end, if she says no, please stop.
Great. Elliot, blue balls, how real is it?
It's very real. I don't know how to explain it, but
because
it's very
most
real.
women sometimes, when it's in the case of sympathy sex, the fact that the man introduced, I might get blue balls and will hurt, they just, okay, you go ahead and do whatever you want to do.
And I want to say that is also rape. So the term sympathy sex makes it dignified, but it's also rape. Compelling someone to have sex with you, it's just like a lecturer-student relationship. The students would give in because of the status of the person, or the effects of the impact or the repercussions of what will happen if they don't give in. That is the same thing that happens with sympathy sex. Now with blue balls simply the pain that a person, especially guys, go through for keeping and preventing an ejaculation for so long. You know that when you are, as a guy, when you are sexually aroused, you have to ejaculate. That is the only way we ease ourselves. So if you keep that in for a while, that is what causes the blue balls, and it's very painful. Sometimes I don't know if I'm describing it the right way, but you feel that your intestines are being pulled in. Like it's very painful.
Yeah, making the thing horrifying.
Yeah,
now the guys
but it's very painful. It's very painful, and I want to touch briefly on the stop in the act thing. Now, once again, I think that the sexual offences should be looked at.
Yeah.
And
so then you add your final advice.
Yes, and then we take into consideration the context of it. Now, there are some ladies you have sex with them for a period of time, and in previous sex they say stop, and they mean don't stop.
Yeah.
Do you get it?
There are some.
So it gets to a time where they mean stop, and you assume that, oh, this lady, I know her. When she says stop, it means that maybe you should go harder. When she says stop, it means that maybe you put her in this position. When she says stop, she means that, say, be quiet, be a good girl to daddy. Do you get it? Some of those things. So sometimes our laws makes it very biased and then unfair, and punish innocent men.
You should do a petition. Let's see if we see some people to sign. Stella, your final words.
Well, my final words, just like I've been saying from the beginning, communication is key, and no matter where you are, friends with benefits, you don't know what it is called, it's not named, a relationship, whatever it is, communicate. That is the place where you can find the greenest of the green lights. If you want a green light, ask. If they give it to you, fine. If they don't, just walk away. I always tell my male friends, if the girl comes home and she's wearing a hot booty short, and she's twerking, she's doing all the things, and you're like, damn, this light is green. And you ask her, and she's like, oh, I'm not in the mood. Let her go home.
Yeah, even if it's 1 p.m., let her go.
Yes, let her go home. Or let her sleep in the boys' quarters or something. Maybe when she sleeps in your room, you may be tempted to do something which is not right.
Yeah.
Okay, great. If the person says no, is no. No matter how horny you are, who you are, if you think you cannot, just let her go home. She has a home. She's not an orphan or an outcast. Let her go home. So yes, respect women when they say no. And no is no, yes is yes. Don't stop means go on. Stop means stop. Red is red.
Green
There's no
green.
in between.
Thank you very much for gracing my set and also educating us, and of course a lot of things that we've said, we've discussed, and I just really hope and pray that women take that into consideration, because sometimes a lot of men say that when a woman says no, it means yes, but we have to clear that. And also with the issue of relationship, once the person hasn't confirmed that we are in a formal relationship, you should not assume that, you know, this is it. You might end up being in a relationship with yourself. So I did this with Elliot Note. He's a multimedia journalist, and Stella Sogli, one of my favorite journalists. He does the business reporting stories. Her stories are really cool. You should check it out. Thank you very much, guys, for coming.
Thank you.
Hope you had a good fun, and then you know
it was a great show.
Yeah, it's been an insightful one.
Thank you.
Ladies, whatever you do, don't propose.
Okay, this has been Monster and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. I am Paula Amabroni. We'll be back next time with something bigger and better. Thanks for watching. Forum.
Girls wanna have fun. Try the ass back, machine gun, bang,
and you are out. She could have handled it way better, I would say. But then I don't blame her, because I've also suffered same. Some years ago, I went for a Miss Malaika audition. I went to see Bella Mundi. I went there with like 6 girls, introducing myself, and I mentioned my name. I was from GIG. She just said she's had a lot of GIG people pass through, so that was it. That was how I was disqualified.
Did Abiana try? No, she didn't try. But we can't base our judgment just on what we saw. And people should not be quick to say you are not fit enough to be a judge. You don't look at someone and say you are not fit to be a judge and what do here you have not a hit song. Give us a hit song first. I'm sorry, it doesn't work like that.
Nigerian Idol. Yeah. We have the good person, we have the bad person, and all that. It's because it's a show. So why isn't there anything Ghanaian? Then every Ghanaian, everybody who likes entertainment wants to judge and wants to, nitpick and say, oh no, this is wrong. You have to do it this way. Is it yours? Is it your show?
E-Forum airs this and every Friday on GhanaWeb TV.
And with the pandemic and of course the post-pandemic effects, I suspected that it might be a company in technology because technology became a major conduit of business. So although I didn't expect it, I wasn't too surprised. And the usual suspects that we see this year did not make it to the top 10. We had a new list of companies that somehow showed resilience even in the difficult times of the pandemic and post-pandemic. So it's very encouraging. It's very, very encouraging that we're seeing a lot more Ghanaian companies actually rise in the rankings in the top 100 and actually appear in the top 100. So for me, it's very encouraging. Well, it's not, the success of this program doesn't mean as much to GIPC as it means to corporate Ghana, because it recognizes companies who have been very resilient, have been robust, and have grown and shown that they can compete. And for us, I think the importance is the fact that we expose these companies and support them to grow, but also that Ghanaians get to know who their top 100 companies are and realize that they are doing good work and in the economy, and they are the Ghanaian companies that in the future we'll see as the blue chips, and we'll see also investing in other countries. That is what we want. We want to see Ghanaian companies grow to be millionaires and Ghanaians grow to be millionaires and billionaires. And it's important to recognize that there are companies here who are doing good stuff. Yeah. Despite the difficulties of the economy, there still are companies that are pushing and working hard to build and grow stronger. I can tell you, I've just come from a difficult trip. The difficulties are everywhere. Even the more robust and stronger, bigger economies are really suffering the heat of the pandemic and the and the conflict, the Russian-Ukraine conflict. I mean, in some countries that we know, like France, there are huge petrol queues. In the UK, they even almost instituted blackouts and brownouts because power is getting expensive. Germany is very worried about power of fuel and power for the winter that is coming, and predicting that it will have a major impact on it. But in Ghana, we understand these things, but we are still going on. I mean, people are going about their businesses. People are not losing their jobs. We have petrol, our power is on. So we should be grateful for little mercies, but we should not just rest on our oars. I believe that with a lot of partnerships, government and private sector, and with a lot of sponsorship of the private sector to also seek partners outside, we will overcome. I can tell you without a doubt that because of some of the things that are happening in the world, new relationships are being formed, new partnerships are being sought, new markets are being looked for, and Ghana remains extremely attractive to foreign direct investors. I'm seeing a lot more people coming to inquire about what they can do and how they can do it because they're finding their traditional markets tough, and they realize that Africa, and perhaps Ghana, is a very good place to start business and grow into the African continent. And I did mention, you have a continent that has 1.4 billion people, has almost all the resources that are required for energy transitions, and yet has all the land that is required to feed the world. This is a place where investments are going to grow.
On E-Forum. Forum.
Girls wanna have fun. Try the ass back, machine gun,
bang, and you are out.
She could have handled it way better, I would say. But then I don't blame her because I've also suffered same. Some years ago, I went for a Miss Malika audition. I went to see Bella Mundi. I went there with like 6 girls, introducing myself, and I mentioned my name. I was from GIJ. She just said she's had a lot of GIJ people pass through, so that was it. That was how I was disqualified.
Did Abiana try? No, she didn't try. But we can't base our judgment just on what we saw. And people should not be quick to say you are not fit enough to be a judge. You don't look at someone and say you are not fit to be a judge and what do here you have not a hit song. Give us a hit song first. I'm sorry, it doesn't work like that.
Nigerian Idol. Yeah. We have the good person, we have the bad person and all that. It's because it's a show. So why isn't there anything Ghanaian? Then every Ghanaian, everybody who likes entertainment wants to judge and wants to, nitpick and say, oh no, this is wrong, you have to do it this way. Is it yours? Is it your show?
E-Forum airs this and every Friday on GhanaWeb TV.